oversight hearing on the death of Army Ranger and NFL star Pat Tillman in Afghanistan and the capture and rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch in Iraq. The committee looks at misleading information about the two incidents. You'll hear from Jessica Lynch and Pat Tillman's family during the first panel. And in about 3 hours, the committee hears from military officials.
The committee will come to order. I want to point out by a notice to all the members that the opening statements will be provided by unanimous consent by the chairman and the ranking member, and then we'll go right to our witnesses. I also want to start off this hearing by saying something that I think is very clear and already obvious. My colleagues, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, support our troops. We are all deeply grateful for their sacrifices. We know that so many men and women have voluntarily put their lives on the line to defend this country and our freedom. But it's probably just as obvious that the actions of our government are not meeting our aspirations. We saw that vividly and unforgettably when we had the hearing and we watched the disgraceful conditions at Walter Reed. We saw it again when our government officials made an intolerable breach by making public the secret and classified CIA identity of Valerie Plame Wilson. And we're going to see it again this morning. The bare minimum we owe our soldiers and their families is the truth. That didn't happen for two of the most famous soldiers in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. For Jessica Lynch and Pat Tillman, the government violated its most basic responsibility. Sensational details and stories were invented in both cases. Sometimes because of the fog of war, the first reports from the battlefield are inaccurate, but that doesn't seem to explain what happened here. In Jessica Lynch's case, the first reports were right. It was the follow-up stories published 10 days after her capture that discarded the facts and misled the country. The Washington Post published a front-page story on April 2, 2003. It was written by Vernon Loeb and Dana Priest, and it got the story right. I want to read the lead paragraphs. Jessica Lynch, a 19-year-old private first class, missing since the ambush of an Army maintenance company 10 days ago in southern Iraq, has been rescued by Special Operations Forces, defense officials said yesterday. CIA operatives in Iraq located Lynch in a hospital near Nasiriyah, where she was being held because of multiple wounds, officials said, and a helicopter-borne team of Navy SEALs and Army Rangers rescued her about midnight local time. That was an accurate statement. But the next day, April 3, the Washington Post ran another front-page story. This one was written by Susan Schmidt and Vernon Loeb, and the contrast with the April 2 story is remarkable. Here's what the Post reported. PFC Jessica Lynch, rescued Tuesday from an Iraqi hospital, fought fiercely and shot several enemy soldiers after Iraqi forces ambushed the Army's 507th Ordnance Maintenance Company, firing her weapon until she ran out of ammunition, U.S. officials said yesterday. Lynch, a 19-year-old supply clerk, continued firing at the Iraqis even after she sustained multiple gunshot wounds and watched several other soldiers in her unit die around her in fighting March 23, one official said. Where did this false information come from? Jessica Lynch was captured on March 23. The Washington Post published a completely factual article on her rescue on April 2nd. But then they went on, 10 days after her capture, U.S. officials had become the source of a report that riveted the nation, but twisted the truth beyond recognition. It's 4 years later, and we still don't know who's responsible or why they did it. All we really know is that they did a great disservice to Jessica Lynch. And so I want to say to Private Lynch and her family who are here today, this committee is going to do its best to find out the source of the fabrications that you had to endure. We want to know whether they were the result of incompetence or a deliberate strategy to spin a compelling story at a critical time. And we'll do our best to find out who should be held accountable. Everyone on this committee is also familiar with Pat Tillman's case, and we all share our sympathies with his wife, Marie, his mother, Mary, his father, Patrick, his brother, Kevin, and his entire family. But his family wants more than our sympathies and apologies. They want answers, and they deserve them. Pat Tillman was killed by members of his own platoon on April 22, 2004, 3 years ago this past Sunday. But since then, the family has been unable to learn why the military told the world that Corporal Tillman had been killed by the enemy when in fact they knew he had died from friendly fire. News of the fratricide flew up the chain of command within days, but the Tillman family was kept in the dark for more than a month. Many military officials sat in silence during a nationally televised memorial ceremony highlighting Pat Tillman's fight against the terrorists. Evidence was destroyed. Witness statements were doctored. The Tillman family wants to know how all of this could have happened, and they want to know whether these actions were all just accidents or whether they were deliberate. In working on this hearing, the committee has learned of many other cases in which the military failed to tell the families the truth. Sergeant Eddie Ryan was a victim of friendly fire during his second tour in Iraq. He sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head and thankfully is still alive. But he didn't find out the truth about his injuries until 5 months later, even though his fellow Marines knew immediately that his injuries were due to friendly fire. Other families, like those of First Lieutenant Sarah K. Small, Private First Class Lavina Johnson, and Lieutenant Ken Ballard, have been forced to file Freedom of Information Act requests in order to obtain information about the deaths of their loved ones. These families have asked the military repeatedly for basic information, but they have been ignored or dismissed with slow and incomplete answers. And this is simply unacceptable. One of the things that makes the Afghanistan and Iraq wars so different from previous wars is the glaring disparity in sacrifice. For the overwhelming number of Americans, this war has brought no sacrifice and no inconvenience. But for a small number of Americans, the war has demanded incredible and constant sacrifice. Those soldiers and their families pay that price proudly and without complaint. That's why Jessica Lynch and Pat Tillman did. That's what they did, and it's what their families have done. But our government has failed them. Our government hasn't done right by them, and I hope in some small but important way this hearing can begin to right those wrongs. The least we owe to our courageous men and women who are fighting for our freedom is the truth. And that's what we're going to insist on in this hearing and in our subsequent examination and investigation. I want to now recognize the ranking member of the committee, Tom Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the first casualty of war is the truth, what happens when the wound is self-inflicted? That's the question the committee confronts today as we examine 2 very different cases in which accurate information from the battlefield was delayed, distorted, or suppressed, not by any foe, but by those on our side of the fight. Each case offers very different lessons on how or whether the truth survives in the wake of combat. Chairman Waxman framed this hearing well by asking whether misstatements by military officials regarding the capture of Army Private Jessica Lynch and the death of Army Corporal Patrick Tillman were the result of innocent miscommunication, negligence, or deliberate deception. But it's not always easy to tell where inadvertencies ends and lying begins. In the military, one innocent misstatement can quickly become the incontrovertible company line, reflexively defended up and down the chain of command even after contradictory facts emerge. And one erroneous media report, amplified by various audiences for their own reasons, can overwhelm any effort to set the record straight. Especially in this modern war of ideas as well as arms, the insatiable appetite of the 24/7 global news cycle often outpaces official fact-finding, filling the vacuum with speculation, supposition, and thinly sourced, premature conclusions. That appears to be a large part of what happened in the case of Jessica Lynch. From the outset, Department of Defense officials took pains to provide accurate information about her wounds. But an anonymously sourced Washington Post story loudly heralded a description of her ordeal involving a solitary firefight with the enemy, bullet wounds, and knife attacks. That tale, which proved inaccurate, seemed at odds with other emerging information about the circumstances of her capture and the nature of her injuries. Still, without knowing the identity or motive of the Post's unnamed source, it's difficult to fault Pentagon officials who never fed or perpetuated the Hollywood version of events, but stuck consistently with the facts at hand. The fog of war can be dense, and Ms. Lynch's story offers only a cautionary tale about waiting for the smoke to clear before accepting early battle damage assessments as fact. The case of Army Ranger Pat Tillman is far more troubling. Rules and procedures put in place precisely for the purpose of providing timely and accurate information about combat deaths were ignored. Physical evidence that could have yielded critical information was destroyed. Plausible information on the likelihood this was friendly fire incident was discounted, perhaps even suppressed, while statements supporting awards of the Silver Star went forward, suggesting he died from enemy fire. Those errors, omissions, and delays understandably fueled suspicion senior military officials knew the actual circumstances of Corporal Tillman's death, but manipulated the information to avoid bad news. After several investigations, it now seems clear that those officers could have and should have known friendly fire was suspected. It was a disservice to the memory of Corporal Tillman, to his family, his unit, and the nation to let the happy myth outrun the unpleasant facts, even for a day. While we need to be sensitive to pending recommendations and ongoing investigations in this matter, we need to know why so many did not know the rules when friendly fire is a possibility. And we need to know what has been done to make sure those rules are being strengthened, conveyed, and applied to prevent even an accidental recurrence of this type of tragedy. War is about heroic efforts, and we all look for heroes. It is our great fortune as a nation to be blessed abundantly with genuine heroes who, in ways large and small, protect our liberties and serve the cause of human dignity every day. The truth about Jessica Lynch and Patrick Tillman is heroic enough. There is no need to embellish or spin it. I hope today's testimony will bring some closure to the Tillman family and bring some assurances to all service members and their families that truth will survive the battle and accompany them safely home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I want to welcome our witnesses, the Tillman family, Ms. Lynch, those with her. Please come forward. While they're doing that, several members who do not serve on our committee are joining us for the hearing today, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that Representatives Hayes, Honda, and Mitchell be allowed to participate in the hearing. Without objection, that will be the order. They will be permitted to ask questions after all members of the committee have completed their questioning. I want to thank all of you for being here today, not just those who are going to present testimony to us, but the other family members that are here as well. We know it is not easy to be here and to have to relive experiences that have been quite unpleasant. but I think it's important not just for you, but for the American people and for all the other men and women that are fighting for freedom in Iraq and in Afghanistan. It's the policy of this committee that all witnesses are sworn in to take an oath, and I'd like to ask each of you, if you would, to please stand and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, or affirm that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth? The record will indicate that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Mary Tillman is the mother of Corporal Pat Tillman. Mrs. Tillman has persistently pursued the many unanswered questions concerning the circumstances of her son's death and the shortcomings of the investigations that followed. Kevin Tillman is the brother of Corporal Pat Tillman and former Army Ranger who served in the same platoon in Afghanistan as Corporal Tillman, and this is his first time testifying publicly about this matter. Jessica Lynch is a former Private First Class U.S. Army. Ms. Lynch was captured by Iraqi soldiers on March 23, 2003, when her convoy was ambushed and she was rescued by American troops 9 days later. And Dr. Gene Bowles is the former Chief of Neurosurgery, Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, Germany. Dr. Bowles treated Private Lynch's injuries in Germany after she was rescued in Iraq. We thank each of you for being here, and we're looking forward to hearing your testimony, and I know there'll be questions that members will want to ask. Mr. Tillman, there's a button on the base of the mic to turn it on, and I'd like to ask you to be sure to pull it close to you so we can hear you adequately. You can pull it close to you rather than have to lean over to it. Thank you very much. You're recognized.
I want to thank Chairman Waxman for holding this hearing and members of the committee for attending. My name is Kevin Tillman. 2 days ago marked the third anniversary of the death of my older brother, Pat Tillman, Spear, Afghanistan. To our family and friends, it was a devastating loss. To the nation, it was a moment of disorientation. To the military, it was a nightmare. But to others within the government, it appears to have been an opportunity. April of 2004 was turning into the deadliest month to date in the war in Iraq. The dual rebellions in Najaf and Fallujah handed the U.S. forces their first tactical defeat, as American commanders essentially surrendered Fallujah to members of Iraq resistance, and the administration was forced to accede to Ayatollah Sistani's demand for January elections in exchange for assistance in extricating U.S. forces from its battle with the Mahdi militia. A call-up of 20,000 additional troops was ordered, and another 20,000 troops had their tours of duty extended. In the midst of this, the White House learned that Christian Parente, Seymour Hersh, and other journalists were about to reveal a shocking scandal involving massive and systemic detainee abuse in a facility known as Abu Ghraib. Then on April 22, 2004, my brother Pat was killed in a firefight in eastern Afghanistan. Immediately after Pat's death, our family was told that he was shot in the head by the enemy in a fierce firefight outside a narrow canyon. In the days leading up to Pat's memorial service, media accounts based on information provided by the Army and the White House were wreathed in a patriotic glow and became more dramatic in tone. A terrible tragedy that might have further undermined support for the war in Iraq was transformed into an inspirational message that served instead to support the nation's foreign policy wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. To further exploit Pat's death, he was awarded the Silver Star for valor. The abridged version went like this: only after his team engaged this well-armed enemy did it appear that the enemy's volume of fire into the kill zone diminished. Above the din of battle, Corporal Tillman was heard issuing fire commands to take the fight to an enemy on the dominating high ground. Always leading from the front, Corporal Tillman aggressively maneuvered his team against the enemy position on the steep slope. As a result of Corporal Tillman's effort and heroic action, the trail element of the platoon was able to maneuver through the ambush position of relative safety without suffering a single casualty. The fight that ensued at Corporal Tillman's position increased in intensity. Corporal Tillman focused all his efforts on keeping the men of his team safe while continuing to press the attack himself without regard for his own personal safety. In the face of mortal danger, Corporal Tillman illustrated that he would not fail his comrades. His actions are in keeping with the highest standards of the United States Army. This was a narrative that inspired countless Americans as intended. There was one small problem with the narrative, however. It was utter fiction. The content of the multiple investigations reveal a series of contradictions that strongly suggest deliberate and careful misrepresentations. We appeal to this committee because we believe this narrative was intended to deceive the family, but more importantly, to deceive the American public. Pat's death was clearly the result of fratricide. It was due to a series of careless actions by several individuals in our own platoon after a small harassing ambush. During this uncontrolled shooting, the driver of the vehicle himself recognized friendlies immediately, but kept driving for approximately 400 meters while the soldiers in the back of his truck continued to shoot at the hillside where the U.S. soldiers were and civilians. The vehicle saw arms and hands waving, smoke was flying, pin gun flares. An Afghan soldier was immediately recognized. They never felt threatened, and they still shot up the village unprovoked. The vehicle behind them clearly saw the U.S. soldiers on the hillside and were calling ceasefire. The end results were the death of Pat and the Afghan soldier, as well as 2 more soldiers wounded in the village. The signs were available, but the decision to shoot was made. This was not some fog of war. They simply lost control. According to the sworn statement on April 26 by the fellow soldier who was right next to Pat, literally right next to Pat. Thank you, sir. Quote, "I remember watching the friendlies just shooting at us. A 50 cal rolled up into our sights and started to unload on top of us. They would work in bursts, 50 cal for 10 to 15 seconds, 240 Bravo 10 to 15 seconds, back and forth. Specialist Tillman and I were yelling, stop, friendlies, cease fire. But they could not hear us. Tillman came up with the idea to let a smoke grenade go. This stopped the friendly contact for a few moments, and that's when I realized the AMF soldier was dead. At this time, the GMV rolled into a better position to fire on us. We thought the battle was over, though, so we were relieved, getting up, stretching out, and talking with one another. When I heard some 5.56 rounds coming from the GMV, they started firing again. That's when I hit the deck. Specialist Tillman at this time was hit by small arms fire. I know this because I could hear the pain in his voice as he called out, ceasefire, friendlies, I am Pat effing Tillman, damn it. He said this over and over again until he stopped, end quote. The facts of this case clearly show Pat and the Afghan soldier were killed by fellow members of his platoon, as well as the wounded soldiers on the hillside, and they knew this immediately. Revealing that Pat's death was a fratricide would have been yet another political disaster during a month already swollen with political disasters, and the brutal truth that the American public would undoubtedly find unacceptable. So the facts needed to be suppressed. An alternative narrative had to be constructed. Crucial evidence was destroyed, including Pat's uniform, equipment, and notebook. The autopsy was not done in accordance to regulation, and the field hospital report was falsified. An initial investigation completed with 8 to 10 days before testimony could be changed or manipulated, and which hit disturbingly close to the mark, disappeared into thin air, and was conveniently replaced by another investigation with more palatable findings. This freshly manufactured narrative was then distributed to the American public, and we believe the strategy had the intended effect. It shifted the focus from the grotesque torture at Abu Ghraib and a downward spiral of an illegal act of aggression to a great American who died a hero's death. Over a month after Pat's death, when it became clear that it would no longer be possible to pull off this deception, a few of the facts were parceled out to the public and to our family. General Kinzinger was ordered to tell the American public May 29th, 5 weeks later, that Pat died of fratricide, but with a calculated and nefarious twist. He stated, quote, there was no one specific finding of fault, end quote, and that he, quote, probably died of fratricide, end quote, but there was specific fault, and there was nothing probable about the facts that led to Pat's death. The most despicable part of what General Kinzinger told the American public was when he said, quote, the results of this investigation in no way diminish the bravery and sacrifice displayed by Corporal Tillman, end quote. This is an egregious attempt to manipulate the public into thinking that anyone who would question this 180-degree flip in the narrative would be casting doubt on Pat's bravery and sacrifice. Such questioning says nothing about Pat's bravery and sacrifice, any more than the narrative for Jessica diminishes her bravery and sacrifice. It does, however, say a lot about the powers who perpetrated this. After the truth of Pat's death was partially revealed, Pat was no longer of use as a sales asset and became strictly the Army's problem. They were now left with the task of briefing our family and answering our questions. With any luck, our family would sink quietly into our grief, and the whole unsavory episode would be swept under the rug. However, they miscalculated our family's reaction. Through the amazing strength and perseverance of my mother, the most amazing woman on earth, our family has managed to have multiple investigations conducted. However, while each investigation gathered more information, the mountain of evidence was never used to arrive at an honest or even sensible conclusion. The most recent investigation by the Department of Defense Inspector General and the Criminal Investigative Division of the Army concluded that the killing of Pat was, quote, an accident. The handling of the situation after the firefight were described as a compilation of, quote, missteps, inaccuracies, and errors in judgment, which created the perception of concealment. The soldier who shot Pat admitted in his sworn statement that just before he delivered the fatal burst from about 35 meters away, that he saw his target waving hands, but he decided to pull the trigger anyway. Such an act is not an accident. It's a clear violation of the rules of engagement. Writing up a field hospital report stating that Pat was, quote, transferred to intensive care unit for continued CPR after most of his head had been taken off by multiple 5.56 rounds is not misleading. Stating that a giant rectangle bruise covering his chest that sits exactly where the armor plate that protects you from bullets is being, quote, consistent with paddle marks is not misleading. These are deliberate and calculated lies. Writing a Silver Star Award before a single eyewitness account is taken is not a misstep. Falsifying soldier witness statements for a Silver Star is not a misstep. These are intentional falsehoods that meet the legal definition for fraud. Delivering false information at a nationally televised memorial service is not an error in judgment. Discarding an investigation that does not fit a preordained conclusion is not an error in judgment. These are deliberate acts of deceit. This is not the perception of concealment. This is concealment. Pat is, of course, not the only soldier where battlefield realities reach the family and the public in the form of a false narrative. First Lieutenant Ken Ballard died in Najaf, Iraq, just one day after Pat's fratricide went public. His mom, Karen Meredith, was told that Ken was killed by a sniper on a rooftop. 15 months later, she found out that he was killed by an unmanned gun from his own vehicle. First Lieutenant Ken, Private Jesse Booty was killed May 5th, 2004 in Iraq. His family was told he was killed in a vehicle accident. A year later, they received the autopsy report, and they found that he was shot in the back. The Army was forced to concede that he was accidentally shot by a Polish soldier. Just recently, out of nowhere, a lieutenant showed up at their family's house and told them that an officer in his own unit had shot him. They are still looking for answers. Sergeant Patrick McCafferty was killed June 22, 2004, from what the family was told as, quote, an ambush by insurgents. 2 years later, they found out that those, quote, insurgents happened to be the same Iraqi troops that he was training. Before his death, he told his chain of command that these same troops that he was training were trying to kill him and his team. He was told to keep his mouth shut. About a year ago, I received a phone call. I was at my mom's house, and it was an emergency breakthrough from the operator. It happened to be a woman named Dawn Hellerman from North Carolina. So it was 2 o'clock in the morning her time. Her husband, Staff Sergeant Brian Hellerman, was killed in Iraq. She was tired of receiving new official reasons why her husband had died. She was desperate for help, so she called us. The system had failed her. Those soldiers deserve better, and their families deserve better. Our family has relentlessly pursued the truth on this matter for 3 years. We have now concluded that our efforts are being actively thwarted by powers that are more interested in protecting a narrative than getting at the truth or seeing that justice is served. That is why we ask Congress, as a sovereign representative of the whole people, to exercise its power to investigate the inconsistencies in Pat's death and the aftermath, and into all the other soldiers that were betrayed by this system. The one bit of truth that did survive these manipulations was that Pat was and still is a great man. He is the most wonderful older brother to ever exist. Pat wanted to leave a positive legacy based on his actions, and he did that. But Pat's death at the hands of his comrades is a terrible tragedy. But the fact that the Army and what appears to be others attempted to hijack his virtue and his legacy is simply horrific. The least this country can do for him in return is to uncover who is responsible for his death, who lied and covered it up, and who instigated those lies and benefited from them. Then ensure that justice is meted out to the culpable. Pat and these other soldiers volunteered to put their lives on the line for this country. Anything less than the truth is a betrayal of those values that all soldiers who have fought for this nation have sought to uphold. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tillman. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Tillman, I know he was speaking for both of you. Is there anything you want to add briefly, or no? Okay. Ms. Lynch, we're pleased to have you here, and be sure the button's pushed on the base of the mic, and I'm reluctant to tell you to pull it too close to you, but see whatever is comfortable.
Chairman Waxman and distinguished members of the committee, it is an honor to be here with you today, and I'm grateful to have this opportunity.
I think you better pull a little closer. Okay, thanks.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's good.
I have been asked here today to address misinformation from the battlefield. Quite frankly, it is something that I've been doing since I returned home from Iraq. However, I want to note for the record that I am not politically motivated in my appearance here today. I lived the war in Iraq, and today I still have family and friends fighting in Iraq. My support for our troops is unwavering. I believe this is not a time for finger pointing. It is a time for truth, the whole truth, versus hype and misinformation. Because of the misinformation, people try to discount the realities of my story, including me as part of the hype. Nothing could be further from the truth. My experiences have caused a personal struggle of all sorts for me. I was given opportunities not extended to my fellow soldiers, and I embraced those opportunities to set the record straight. It is something that I have been doing since 2003, and something that I imagine I will have to do for the rest of my life. I have answered criticisms for being told being paid to tell my story. Quite frankly, the injuries I have will last a lifetime, and I had a story to tell, a story that needed to be told so people would know the truth. I want to take a minute to remind the committee of my true story. Now, I was a soldier. In July of 2001, I enlisted in the Army with my brother, Greg. We had different reasons of why to join, but we both knew that we wanted to serve our country. I loved my time in the Army, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have served the country in a time of crisis. In 2003, I received word that I would be deployed. I was part of a 100-mile-long convoy going to Baghdad. I drove a 5-ton water buffalo truck. Our unit had some of the heaviest vehicles, and the sand was so thick that our vehicles would just sink. It would take us hours to just travel the shortest distance. We decided to divide our convoy up so the lighter vehicles could reach our destination. But first came the city of Nazareth, and a day that I will never forget. The truck I was driving broke down, and I was picked up by my roommate and best friend, Lori Piestua, who was driving our first sergeant, Robert Dowdy. We also picked up 2 other soldiers from a different unit to get them out of harm's way. As we drove through Nazareth, trying to get turned around to leave the city, the signs of hostility were increasing. There were people with weapons on rooftops and street watching our entire move. The vehicle I was riding in was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade and slammed into the back of another truck in our unit. 3 people in the vehicle were killed upon impact. Lori and I were taken to a hospital where she later died, and I was held for 9 days. In all, 11 soldiers died that day, 6 from my unit, and 6 others from my unit were taken prisoner, plus 2 others. Following the ambush, my injuries were extensive. When I awoke the Iraqi hospital, I was not able to move or feel anything below my waist. I suffered a 6-inch gash in my head. My 4th and 5th lumbar were overlapping, causing pressure on my spine. My right humerus was broken. My right foot was crushed. My left femur was shattered. The Iraqis in the hospital tried to help me by removing the bone and replacing it with a 1940s rod that was made for a man. Following my rescue, the doctors at Landstuhl, Germany, found in a physical exam that I had been sexually assaulted. Today, I still continue to deal with bowel, bladder, and kidney problems as a result from the injuries. My left leg still has no filling from the knee down, and I'm required to wear a brace just to stand and walk. When I awoke, I did not know where I was. I could not move. I could not call for help. I could not fight. The nurses at the hospital tried to soothe me, and they even tried unsuccessfully at one point to return me to Americans. On April 1st, while various units created diversions around Nazareth, a group came to the hospital to rescue me. I could hear them speaking in English, but I was still very afraid. Then a soldier came into the room. He tore the American flag from his uniform, and he handed it to me in my hand. And he told me, "We're American soldiers, and we're here to take you home." And I looked at him and I said, "Yes, I'm an American soldier too." When I remember those difficult days, I remember the fear. I remember the strength. I remember that hand of that fellow American soldier reassuring me that I was going to be okay. At the same time, tales of great heroism were being told. At my parents' home in Work County, West Virginia, it was understaged by media, all repeating the story of the little girl Rambo from the hills of West Virginia who went down fighting. It was not true. I have repeatedly said when asked that if the stories about me helped inspire our troops and rally a nation, then perhaps there was some good. However, I'm still confused as to why they chose to lie and try to make me a legend when the real heroes of my fellow soldiers that day were legendary. People like Lori Piestua and First Sergeant Dowdy, who picked up fellow soldiers in harm's way, or people like Patrick Miller or Sergeant Donald Walters, who actually did fight until the very end. The bottom line is the American people are capable of determining their own ideals for heroes, and they don't need to be told elaborate lies. My hero is my brother Greg, who continues to serve his country today. My hero is my friend Lori Paestua, who died in Iraq but set an example for a generation of Hopi and Native American women and little girls everywhere about the contribution just one soldier can make. My hero is every American who says, "My country needs me," and answers that call to fight. I had the good fortune and opportunity to come home and to tell the truth. Many soldiers, like Pat Tillman, they did not have that opportunity. The truth of war is not always easy. The truth is always more heroic than the hype. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lynch. Dr. Bowles?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
There's a button on the base of the mic. Push it in. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Gene Bowles, and I am a neurosurgeon. Specifically, I specialize in neurotrauma, spine surgery, and radiosurgery. I graduated from the University of Michigan's medical school and did my subsequent training at the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center in Denver, Colorado. I have over 30 years of surgical experience. I was drafted into the military out of my training in 1965 and served as a flight surgeon and subsequent division surgeon of the 8th Infantry Division in Germany. For the next several decades, I worked as a practitioner of neurosurgery in the Boulder, Denver area, where I have performed hundreds of surgeries on victims of trauma. In 2001, before the attacks of September 11th, I was asked to apply for the position of Chief of Neurosurgery at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany. Through a competitive process, I was selected for the position and commenced my service in November 2001. I served as Chief of Neurosurgery as a Department of Defense contractor for over 2 years, leaving in February 2004. For the first year and a half, I was the only neurosurgeon between Okinawa and the United States. After the Iraqi part of the war began, OIF, more neurosurgeons were added to our staff to handle the increased number of expected patients. During my time as the Chief of Neurosurgery, patients from Afghanistan, Kosovo, Kuwait, Iraq, amongst elsewhere, were flown into Landstuhl Regional Medical Center throughout the day. I operated on and oversaw the treatment of many wounded U.S. combat forces. I'm here today to discuss my treatment of Private Jessica Lynch and the misfortune that surrounded her condition. Fewer than 2 weeks after she was captured in Iraq, she arrived in Germany for medical treatment. She had severe injuries that required a number of surgeries. It is these injuries where truth has been coupled perhaps with fiction that I am here to discuss today. Private Lynch was captured by the Iraqis on March 23rd. U.S. forces rescued her from an Iraqi hospital on April 1st, and she was therefore medically evacuated to Germany. I examined Private Lynch and looked for evidence, did a complete exam on her, and specifically, though, was looking for evidence for gunshot wounds in addition to her other injuries, as we were told that she had been shot. I saw no evidence of gunshot wounds. I looked for metallic fragments on x-rays. I saw none. I saw no injuries that looked like a gunshot wound to my eye. I saw no entrance and exit wounds that appeared to be corroborative of that. She did have some puncture wounds of her extremities, but they were not the kind that I'd ever seen made by a bullet wound. They were consistent with the injuries that had been described that she had undergone, perhaps a motor vehicle type of accident. At some point during our treatment of Private Lynch, one of the trauma surgeons that was involved in her care was evaluated, and there was perhaps a difference of opinion, although I did not discuss that with him. He made the statement that he thought these puncture sites were gunshot wounds. I did not and do not agree with that assessment. I saw no clinical or physical evidence that that was the case. I proceeded to operate on Private Lynch, where we performed an operation for her lumbar spine and her fractures. For the time Private Lynch was in intensive care, I saw her on a daily basis. As with other patients, I checked in with her to monitor her status. I asked how she was feeling, etc. And I also asked permission to contact her parents, and I called her parents after the surgery before they came to Germany. I recall being asked by, I believe, her father if she had been shot, and I said no. I never leaked any other information about my patient's condition to the press. Although several reporters have asked me from time to time, I have denied to discuss any details of her care other than the fact that I was involved in it. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee and subcommittee may have about my time at Lonsdale Regional Medical Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bowles. We'll now proceed to questions from the members of the committee. Each side will initially control 10 minutes by the chair and by the ranking member, and then we'll proceed to a 5-minute rounds in order prescribed under the rules. For the 10 minutes that we have on our side, I want to yield to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I can take the liberty of speaking for all the members of the committee on both sides of the aisle to say to the Tillmans, to Ms. Lynch, we stand in awe of you this morning to present this testimony before this committee. And the only appropriate place to start is where Mr. Waxman began his opening remarks, to express our immeasurable gratitude to the courage of the young Americans who have put themselves in harm's way on behalf of our country in Iraq and Afghanistan. Having just returned with 4 other members of this committee from the fronts in both Iraq and Afghanistan, I know personally how much our soldiers are sacrificing. And quite frankly, as one of the youngest members of this Congress, I also know that my ability to serve here in an air-conditioned hearing room such as this is only made possible by the sacrifices and decisions to serve made by my contemporaries, 2 of which are sitting before us today. And let me just say this before I ask a few questions to the Tillmans and Mrs. Lynch. You've had amazing courage to come here and speak today, and I think it's important to say this. Courage and bravery don't just come in one form. The very fact that you, Ms. Lynch, and you, Mr. Tillman, and your brother volunteered to protect this country at such grave risk to yourself was, as, and is an act of great courage and selflessness. But as this country continues to glorify the bravery of battlefield confrontations, it in some way diminishes the value of another increasingly lost American virtue. That is telling the truth. And it's too bad that this government has made the seemingly simple act of telling the truth an act of bravery. But it is. And there are no better examples than Jessica Lynch and the Tillman family. You could have kept silent and accepted the stories that were handed to you by your government. But you displayed a courage not often seen in today's world. You chose truth over personal glorification. I think speaks a lot. I think I can speak for a lot of us up here when I say I wish there were more of you. I especially want to express my condolences to the Tillman family, this being the 3rd anniversary of Corporal Tillman's death. I know it must be very hard for you to come here today, and especially for you, Mr. Tillman, to speak in public for the first time. The purpose of today's hearing, as Mr. Waxman said, is to examine how these stories, these false stories, were invented, how they were spread, and how they developed into the 2 defining moments of the war. And the question we'll try to answer today is simple. Were these false stories the result of an unfortunate series of miscommunications and inaccurate battlefield reports, or were they propaganda designed to influence public opinion by misleading the nation about what really happened? Mr. Tillman, if I could start with your story. You know, there was a lot of publicity about your brother's leaving his career in professional sports, about your decision to leave a pro baseball contract. There was obviously an increased amount of publicity when things went horribly wrong. But I want to get back to the beginning of this story. I want to talk about why you and your brother decided to give up very lucrative careers back here in the United States and join the military. It had nothing to do with publicity, did it, Mr. Tillman?
No, Mr. Murphy, it didn't, but I'm not at liberty and I'm not comfortable talking to you or anybody else why we decided to join. That's a personal thing. My apologies.
That is perfectly respectable, and I think the very fact that this was a family that made multiple decisions to enter the military, as Ms. Lynch's family does, I think shows that this often is a sacrifice made not by just individuals, but made by entire families. This is a question either for Mr. Tillman or Mrs. Tillman. You spoke about the consequences and the circumstances surrounding the incident. You spoke about the awarding of the Silver Star to your brother. And after all of this, you also spoke that you learned that he was actually killed by his own platoon, and this was more than a month after his death. Now, I can certainly respect if this is not something that you want to talk about, but I think it may be interesting for this committee to learn a little bit more about how you found out that his death was a result of friendly fire, and how your family received this news when you were finally told over a month after the initial incident that what you believed was the case was not truly the case.
Yes, sir. When I came back from San Jose, California, the memorial service, I went back to work at Fort Lewis, Washington, and my platoon and company were still in Afghanistan. And I was there working for about 2 weeks. When they got back, I helped pack up all their stuff, put it in the platoon AO, and everything was kind of no big deal. I did PT with everybody, the physical training. I actually did physical training with 2 of the guys that were on the vehicle. I know everybody pretty well, but I did physical training with everybody, and then at around 10 o'clock, I ended up speaking. I got pulled in by my chain of command, and they told me that Pat potentially died of fratricide, and it was very generic. They saw a 50 cal round in a rock, and they didn't explain it very well. So I was upset, but it didn't make any sense based on what I knew of it, the story that I was told, and eventually the next day I spoke with Colonel Bailey. I think it's Lieutenant Colonel Bailey at the time. He was our battalion commander, and he went over it in detail. And that's when it was a Tuesday. It was like a month and 3 days after the fact I found out. And he went through the whole thing, and it was without a doubt. I mean, they knew immediately that it was friendly fire. So I told Marie, Pat's wife, that evening when she got back from work, she'd heard a lot of bad news over the phone. So I decided to wait until she got back. I ended up holding off. I wanted to go on Friday to tell my parents because they also get too much bad news. And I ended up telling my mom, my dad, and younger brother that he in fact died of fratricide. So it was about 5 weeks. That's kind of the gist of the narrative there.
Now, Mr. Tillman, we know now that in the days and weeks before that, there were a lot of people in the military that knew that your brother was killed by his own platoon, and they knew this very soon after his death. And I know on our second panel, we'll hear from Specialist Brian O'Neill, who was with Corporal Tillman when he was shot, and he'll testify that he knew right away that it was friendly fire and that he promptly reported this up the chain of command. If you could talk about the days and weeks following the initial disclosure that this was an incident of friendly fire, and how you came to understand that this wasn't known by the military a month after the initial story came out, that this was in fact known fairly immediately by the military through the chain of command, that those on the ground knew that this was friendly fire. If you could talk a little bit about how then your family's reaction became to the fact that military officials knew but didn't tell you that your brother had been killed by friendly fire early after the incident?
Well, we got, they gave us the report, and it was, we kind of have to dig through it. They didn't tell us that they knew. They played it off like, it was potential, it was possible, and you start reading the report. And we got pretty good information from Lieutenant Colonel Bailey. Actually did do what seems like a pretty honorable job when he came to the house, and he briefed us off of the first investigating officer's report. He actually used the first investigating officer's report, which happened to get lost in the process. They don't know where it is anymore, apparently. But they used his report, so there was a lot of accuracies. When we went back to get the full briefing from the family, it was really watered down. I mean, it was, they started kind of pushing things around, and they made it really nebulous when people found out, and it was, it was for the, they didn't want to give us a half-baked, and they even General McChrystal, they didn't want to give us a half-baked answer. So it looked like, I don't know how to answer that question accurately. It was just all over the charts. You get a little nugget here, and then you get a bunch of, well, we didn't know, I didn't know, this person didn't know. But when you go through the documents, the chain of command, General Kensinger, which is a 3-star, knew in 2 days. So.
And your family discovered fairly quickly that you were going to have to press this, that your family's going to have to push the investigation to get to the...
It was a slow process because you don't expect it. It's like I work with these guys. It was understandable, okay, it was a friendly fire. That stuff happens. We're very aware of friendly fires. We're not naive to the fact that that stuff happens. The problem was, based on the facts, it wasn't just a friendly fire. It was an engagement with that entire hillside was scared for their life. The squad leader actually got on glass and was going to shoot at the vehicle. And this is a squad leader that didn't shoot around the entire time and would just coordinate everything. It was a scary situation, and they kind of kept that from everybody. So.
And what has been your experience with your ability to get information from the military, whether they be access to people that were on the ground, reports filed afterwards? What's been your experience with the willingness of the military to share with you and other families that kind of information?
It's been slow, kind of a slog, but I defer that question. My mom has been kind of hot on the trail for a long time. She's really been pressing hard. I would defer a lot of the type of information and the powering through it. I didn't get very far with on my end, my chain of command. They just kind of pushed me around. So.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Did you want to comment on that, Ms. Tillman?
I'm kind of loud, so.
This is on. Are you on?
Yeah. Well, I guess I could start by speaking more.
Pull it closer, yeah.
Closer? Are you sure? Okay. All right. I'll start out, I suppose, with, and I want to make this very clear because I think it's very important. When Colonel Bailey came to our home, he was received very well. We learned about the friendly fire. I actually got a phone call from the Arizona Republic before Kevin had a chance to tell us that Pat was killed by fratricide. A reporter from the Arizona Republic called me on Friday, May 28th, and asked me what I thought of the news the military had just released, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And he said, oh, well, excuse me, I'm sorry, and I wouldn't let him off. I said, look, you've called me, what are you talking about? And he said, well, the Army has just, come to the conclusion that Pat was, probably killed by friendly fire. And and I know friendly fire is a part of war. Our whole family does. I used to live near Gettysburg. I'm a history major. It's like, of course, it's a reality. It was tragic, and we were devastated. But it happens, and we could accept that. He was still gone. So, then Colonel Bailey comes to the house, and he's very well received. I mean, he's a very okay. He was very kind. He was very warm. He seemed to care a lot about Pat and Kevin. He was very concerned. So we really believed everything he told us. And There were some things that I got pretty upset about the Humvee seeming to have more significance than the mission. The fact that they split troops, because I thought military 101, you don't split your troops. I heard a lot about how Robert E. Lee got away with it, but you just shouldn't do it. And I remember that from being a child. And so I pressed him on certain things, but I really took him at his word. And then, as Kevin said, about 3 weeks later, the family went to Fort Lewis, Washington to get an official briefing. And Colonel Bailey and Colonel Nixon briefed us with an entourage of various ranks of soldiers behind us. And the story started changing, because initially we were told that the Afghan was standing on a ridge and he was shooting over their heads, in other words, to allow them to be escorted through the canyon. And that's how this particular sergeant in the vehicle mistook him for an enemy. And we were told he was 200 meters away at that time. Well, then when we get up to Washington, all of a sudden this Afghan is no longer standing. We made a mistake. He was prone. Now, how can you be on a ridge line in a prone position shooting up here? I mean, you would have to be a contortionist. And this Afghan soldier was shot 8 times in the chest. So that really didn't add up to us. Colonel Bailey also told us that it really was kind of dark, because when he came to our house, it wasn't that dark. All of a sudden, things started to change around. He told us that the driver of the vehicle actually recognized the Afghan as AMF. He saw soldiers on the ridgeline and the vehicles down the road before the sergeant shot the Afghan. And our family was appalled. It's like, well, how does he allow the other soldiers in the vehicle to keep shooting on that ridgeline about 400 meters? And they couldn't answer that question. Pat's father had asked ahead of time to get the official 15-6 report before we went to this meeting, so we would be prepared for questions.
The original which report?
Well, the original, it's the report they do investigation when they, I guess when there's a fratricide or anything suspicious. And they didn't have it ready for us. They basically handed it to us warm out the door.
Mr.
So
Tillman,
we were,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I want you to finish that sentence, but then we're going to, this
right.
is going to come out in the questions, because a lot of
Okay.
members want to ask you
All
questions.
right. And anyway, so we read this report on the airplane, and that's when we became absolutely appalled at what we were reading, and that's basically where the quest for the truth began.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Let me just say to the Tillman family my deepest condolences as well. And Pat Tillman embodied what's best about America, giving up a career to go help his country, and then to be treated this way in terms of trying to get your answers out and not pulling them, I think is something this committee wants to get to the bottom. All of us do. I'd start by asking, what questions are still unanswered for you that this committee could help you get?
See this binder? That's about how many questions we have.
Okay.
I mean, there are a lot of questions. I mean, I gave questions to certain members of the panel. I just assumed maybe if you asked us questions.
No, our side didn't get any of those questions.
Okay, I apologize for that. Basically, if anyone asked us, we would give them
Well, let me ask you, I've got a couple minutes.
Right.
Go through a couple of the largest inconsistencies you see and where we could get to it.
Well, I think that the Silver Star has been focused on a great deal. And one reason that has been the case is because it leaves a paper trail. It's not the most outrageous lie or cover up that's part of this story, but it does leave a paper trail. So we'd like to know, who actually decided to give Pat the Silver Star. I mean, it's not ordinary that you will give a Silver Star to a soldier that's killed by friendly fire, and yet they knew immediately he was killed by friendly fire, and this particular award was written up. And in fact, you already know from the memo that General McChrystal sent to, General Abizaid, General Brown, and General Kensinger, that they were aware, and he even admits in there, even though he was killed by friendly fire, we are going to write this award. And I find that particularly peculiar.
Do you have any questions about the incident itself that are still unanswered? I know the story has changed several times, and you'd indicated earlier, as the story changed, it raised more questions. Are there still unanswered questions about that we can help with?
Yes, there's a lot of questions about the circumstances, yes. We are very perplexed at, first of all, you know, why were the troops split in the first place when it was not necessary? Why wasn't an option given to Lieutenant Uthlat to destroy the vehicle rather than hold these soldiers up in the village and frustrate this platoon leader? But it also goes down to why is it that there's evidence of broken rules of engagement throughout all of the investigations, and yet the CID, the criminal investigators, come to the conclusion that no ROE violations were broken. I mean, the evidence is there. Anyone who's looked at these documents, and members of this panel have seen these documents, and they have broken ROE violations all over the place, yet the criminal investigators said, well, no, there was no ROE broken. Okay. So we find that to be horrific.
Well, we'll continue to look at this and write a, a report to gather both sides on this, and I appreciate that. Dr. Bowles, in April 2000...
Mr. Davis, will you yield to me for just a second? And we'll give you additional time. One of the things we want to do is to leave the record open for you to give us additional questions that you want us to get the answers to, because that's an important part of what our job must be. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. And it's not a partisan exercise. I mean, Mr. Waxman and I have worked on a lot of these things together. We want to get to the bottom of it and help you get to that.
I don't look at it as partisan.
In fact, not just you want closure. I think the public wants closure too, because of the contradictions that have come through during this time. Dr. Bowles, in April 2003, when PFC Lynch was in your care, did you speak with any reporters about her case, either on or off the record, that you can remember?
The only reporter that I spoke to was answering the question of did I know or had I operated on or dealt with Private Lynch, and that was shortly thereafter from a reporter from Boulder, Colorado.
Did any reporters ask you to confirm that Private Lynch might have been shot?
No. I received a number of requests. Initially turned all of those over to the public information officer at Longstool at the time.
Were you Private Lynch's primary physician?
Well, I would say there was a team of physicians. I was her neurosurgeon. There was a trauma surgeon. There were orthopedic surgeons, and we were all involved as a team.
Was there any disagreement among the team about what could have caused her injuries?
Not at that time. To my knowledge, no.
Because press reports at that time quoted anonymous medical staff or officials saying that some of her wounds may have been caused by gunfire. Any idea where that might have come from?
Only in what I mentioned in my statement, that there was the trauma surgeon was questioning the puncture sites while we were in the operating room. I didn't debate it with him, nor even, I don't know what happened to that afterwards.
Were you or are you aware of anyone who might have been directed by any officials to diagnose her wounds as having been caused by gunfire?
No, sir.
Do you believe others on her treatment team were directed?
I'm sorry, sir?
Do you have any indication that anybody else on the team might have been directed to find that?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Let me just say, first of all, that everybody on this panel, I'm confident, shares your grief. It must be a horrible thing to find out that you've lost a loved one and you haven't gotten the truth, so we're very sympathetic to what you said today. It's unfortunate, I think, that in combat that sometimes military personnel, the higher-ups, want to create heroes and create stories that probably helps their cause, and that should not happen. It should not happen, especially at the expense of people like Mr. Tillman and Ms. Lynch. I think everybody in combat over there, those who died and those who have been wounded and those who are still in combat, are heroes, and this nation should revere every one of them and what they've done. So if you've been misled and if it's hurt your families, I personally want to apologize to you. I hope that you'll give us all the questions that you have. I know on our side, I'm sure the other side wants to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible so that you can be assured that you have all of the facts. And hopefully your testimony today will lead to these things not happening again in the future, and maybe some other brothers or parents or families won't have to suffer because they got misinformation. But I think your brother and you, leaving very professional careers to go into the service of your country, should be congratulated. And I think you're both heroes. I'm very sorry that your brother was lost. And Ms. Lynch, I'm sorry you had to go through all the things that you went through, and we appreciate your story here today. With that, I yield back to Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Let me just point out to you that this whole investigation was something that Tom Davis, when he was chairman of the committee, suggested we do, and we're working together on this. This is not a partisan issue in any way, shape, or form. You want our sympathies, you want our apologies, but you also want the truth, and that's what we're going to try to get for you. Mr. Cummings?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, too, express my sympathy. I thank you to the Tillman family for your sacrifice, and to Ms. Lynch, I thank you for your service, and to you, Dr. Bowles, I thank you. To the Tillman family, Mr. Tillman, you said that you believe that the military was hoping that your family would sink quietly in your grief. I want to thank you for not sinking quietly in your grief. We have an email that was written on April 28, 2004, 6 days after Pat Tillman's death. I don't know if you've seen this, it's up there on the screen, have ever seen this email, but it describes how the White House was asking for information about Corporal Tillman for the President to use in a speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'd like to make this email part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Let me read you what the email said in part. Quote, just received a call from Mr. Curran, White House speechwriter. Mr. Curran said the information is for the President's speech at the Correspondents' Dinner this coming Saturday. It will probably be televised by C-SPAN, end of quote. The next day, April 29, 2004, an urgent communication was sent to the highest levels of the Army command structure, alerting them that friendly fire was the suspected cause of death. This communication is called a Personal 4, that is P4, memo. As I understand it, P4 memos are military communications that require special handling. Mr. Tillman, you probably know more about this than I do, but from what I have been told about P4 memos, they are for eyes-only communications, meaning that the addressee must open it personally and read it immediately. Are you familiar with that? Are you aware of that type of memo?
I am not, sir. I mean, I understand it. I don't know any more than you do. I was a enlisted guy, E4.
I understand.
I didn't get up that high.
I understand. This P4 memo was sent by General McChrystal, who was your brother's regiment commander in Afghanistan, to 3 high-ranking generals, including General Kissinger, the head of Special Operations, and General Abazad, the head of Central Command. The P4 memo warns, and I quote, "It is highly possible that Corporal Tillman was killed by friendly fire," end of quote. And it seems to be responding to inquiries from the White House, and here's what it says, and I quote, POTUS, meaning President of the United States, and the Secretary of the Army might include comments about Corporal Tillman's heroism and his approved Silver Star medal in speeches currently being prepared, not knowing the specifics surrounding his death, end of quote. It goes on to express concern that the President or Defense Secretary might suffer, quote, public embarrassment if the circumstances of Corporal Tillman's death become public, end of quote. I would also like to make this P4 memo part of the hearing record.
Without objection.
One question we have is whether this P4 memo made it to the White House, and here's what we do know. On April 28th, the White House asked for information about Pat Tillman for a speech the President was giving. The next day, the P4 memo was sent, stating that Pat Tillman was killed by friendly fire and warning the President against mentioning it. When the President spoke at the Correspondents' Dinner, he was careful in his wording. He praised Pat Tillman's courage, but carefully avoided describing how he was killed. It seems possible that the P4 memo was a direct response to the White House's inquiry, and if that is true, it means that the White House knew the true facts about Corporal Tillman's death before the memorial service and weeks before the Tillman family was told. Mr. Tillman, do you know whether the Army ever investigated how high up the chain of command this information went? And second, do you think this ought to be investigated now? You or Mrs. Tillman?
I don't know how far they went up. It looks like they stopped. The Department of Defense looks like they stopped at about General Kinzinger, but it seems pretty disingenuous, and I don't have the answers because these things get piecemealed to us, whether they're leaked to the press or whatever. That's kind of why we were hoping we could get to you guys, because you have that access. You know, my mom is specifically, among a lot of other people, have really worked hard to gather information and try and figure out through all these redactions to figure out who's who. I mean, we're just figuring out. It took us like 9 months to figure out who actually did the investigation. The second one, well, the first one that was so the first official one. So it's tough to get information, and that's why it's a bit disingenuous to think that the administration did not know about what was going on, something so politically sensitive. So that's kind of what we were hoping you guys could get involved with and take a look. I mean, we only can go so far. We don't have access to these people. We don't have access to the unredacted information. We're kind of landlocked.
Well, I see my time is up, but we'll do the best we can.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you,
Could I say something to that, please?
Yes,
Could I
certainly.
say something to that? I'll tell you what we do know, because, am I not on?
There you go.
Okay. I've been doing a lot of reading about Rumsfeld, and former Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, and I believe just from what I've learned about him as a person and his expectations for his staff, that he would have had this information. He wasn't an individual who appreciated other people contacting the White House without it going to him first. I can't imagine that this memo could have been sent to General Abizaid and General, Kinzinger and General Brown with the expectation they would tell the president, because Rumsfeld wouldn't want there to be any direct line, because he liked to be the guy to go to the White House. So I believe that he would have intercepted this memo first of all. The other thing is that he was, he had written Pat a letter, which I don't think he makes a practice of doing that, and it wasn't an extravagant letter by any stretch. It was about a 2-sentence letter. But the fact that he sent Pat the letter, and Pat was a very high-profile individual, he was probably the most high-profile individual in the military at the time. The fact that he would be killed by friendly fire and no one would tell Rumsfeld is ludicrous, because he would have had a fit. I mean, to have it come, be known to him after the fact would have been extremely upsetting to him. And I have read, a particular book on him, but there's a lot of research I've done on the internet, and, this is my conclusion. I have nothing to back it up. I admit that. I have no paper trail, no facts. But just knowing the type of individual and the way he operated, I believe these generals would be absolutely foolish to not tell him.
Mrs. Tillman, you don't know whether it was investigated all the way up the chain of command,
I don't know how far they
but you
investigated
think
it.
that
I
it should
do.
be.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. The next in line is Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have any questions, but I do want to say this. We all respect and admire and appreciate the military. I believe almost all of us do. Yet we shouldn't worship the military. We need to recognize that our armed forces have become the most gigantic bureaucracy in the history of the world. And like any gigantic bureaucracy, they do many good things. Of course, any bureaucracy does it at great expense. But also, any huge bureaucracy is oftentimes wasteful and inefficient, and almost every huge bureaucracy usually tries to cover up or gloss over its mistakes. I had a longtime friend of mine, another Republican member of Congress from the West, who told me a few weeks ago, and he has supported the war right from the beginning and still does, that on our side we make the mistake of never questioning anybody who wears a badge or uniform. The other side does that oftentimes with labor and environmental groups, even when they go to extremes. So both sides are guilty of this. But it is our duty, when we see a major mistake, we need to support the military when they deserve to be supported, and I think we do that. On the other hand, we shouldn't let a patriotic fervor aroused during a time of war to lead us never to question any request the military makes, any expense they wish to incur, and never to say anything about any mistake, because it's our duty. We don't support the troops if we let our armed forces cover up or gloss over major mistakes. And so I appreciate the fact, Mr. Chairman, that you're holding this hearing. I appreciate the fact that on our side, former Chairman Davis has supported this. And I think that simply holding this hearing will cause things like this not to happen in the future. And like everyone else, I wish to express my condolences to the Tillman family, and also my appreciation to Ms. Lynch and Dr. Bowles for their service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you, Mr. Waxman, for holding this hearing. And I want to thank both the Lynch family and the Tillman family for the service which you've given to this country and continue to give to this country by standing here for the truth. And it's our obligation to facilitate the production of information that helps to underscore the importance of the truth. In connection with that, I would like to explore some questions relating to the destruction of physical evidence. And if any of these questions become too sensitive, let me know. We've been told, and according to documents, that that orders were given to destroy Corporal Tillman's clothes after the incident, and to burn what was in the bag for security purposes, and that a soldier testified that he burned Corporal Tillman's uniform, socks, and gloves, and one armor plate, which it appeared there was an indentation in the top right corner, and also burned a small notebook of Corporal Tillman. Now, I know that, Mr. Tillman, that your family has gathered a lot of evidence about the contradictions. When you looked at this matter relating to the destruction of evidence, do you have any comment as to why a medical doctor did not sign off on the destruction of the uniform?
No, sir. I don't know why he would. I don't know why that would be. I don't know why any of his uniform would be cut off, because they refer to it as a biohazard. Well, Pat was a biohazard, and they avoid mentioning who cut the uniform off him, who made that decision to cut the uniform off, because a lot of this narrative talking about how they gave him paddle marks. You know, he quote had paddle marks on his chest, and we had Dr. Buck's respected guy take a look at that stuff, and it was clearly bruises on his chest. And you've got these inconsistencies. Like, why would they want to cut his clothes off? What possible reason would you cut his clothes off when he did not have essentially from here back? I mean, he had a facial structure, and that was it. And he got there in 90 minutes after the firefight, and Pat was gone. And they tampered with his body. They cut his clothes off. They said that they tried to save him. Transferred to ICU. I mean, you can't leave paddle marks. It's a physical impossibility to leave paddle marks on somebody 90 minutes after the fact. And that's excluding the other statements saying they came in there and Pat was on a table and he was there with all his clothes on 30 minutes after the fact. So it's closer, looking like 120 minutes where his body really wasn't touched. And you've got all this stuff that it just doesn't make any sense. Why would they cut it off? Why would they burn it? How a medical doctor would allow a bunch of sergeants to roll into his domain and have people taking his stuff off and burning it. And some of the emails are really strange, like quietly burning it, no one's watching, people looking behind their back. It's real weird. I mean, you've got the same stuff we have, but.
You had talked about the extent of your brother's injuries. And when you were told that CPR was attempted, understanding the extent of your brother's injuries, what did you think about that?
Well, at the time, we didn't get the.
After the fact, we all received.
We didn't know it was CPR. We didn't know they tried to perform CPR.
Well, okay, let me explain. We got
Mr.
the
Tillman.
autopsy. It's on.
Could you speak closer to the mic, please?
We received the autopsy about 5 months after Pat was killed, and on the autopsy it said that there were these 3.5 by 3/4 inch marks on his chest that were consistent with an attempt at defibrillation. And I thought that was bizarre because the autopsy also said that Pat had no brain due to trauma. So it perplexed us that they would try to resuscitate a man who had no brain. And I was under the impression that he had died and they deemed him dead immediately. So how could he even have paddle marks if he was received so late? So I had my daughter-in-law, Pat's wife, get the field hospital report, or FOIA the field hospital report. And we finally got it almost 9 months later, I guess. And I was absolutely shocked because the field hospital report doesn't say anything about defibrillation. It says CPR performed, transfer to ICU for continued CPR. And that was extremely strange because Pat was dead for 90 minutes before he got to the field hospital and he essentially had no head.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know my time for a question has expired. I just want to say to the chair that it appears that there was an elaborate effort here to conceal the circumstances of Corporal Tillman's death, and the evidence that's being presented here seems to confirm that. And, of course, the destruction of his notebook is something that I think this committee ought to be spending a little bit more time on as well. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kucinich. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for being here, Mr. Tillman, Mrs. Tillman, Ms. Lynch, Doctor. My questions are, by definition, probably the result of a whole series of questions you've already heard. So I'm going to try and summarize. I appreciate that it's never pleasant to go through one of these, particularly reliving traumatic experiences, one on the battlefield and two because of the battlefield. But I'm trying to understand something related to our hearing, our deliberation, what we're doing. And let me characterize it very briefly. My youth was spent during the Vietnam War. I was an ROTC, I was a soldier in 1970, but I was an ROTC cadet on the Kent State campus in the early 70s. And that was a time in which they were spitting on military uniforms. It didn't matter if you were a private, a corporal, a sergeant, or an officer, you were somebody that people could treat badly simply because you served in uniform. And apparently they were mostly treating members of Congress pretty well. Now we're dealing in a kind of a new era in which we seem to want to say the soldier's good, but they are bad. And so I want to follow up with just a couple of questions to try to make the record clear, or have you make the record clear. And I'll start and it's two different situations, but if we can go back and forth, I think there's some similarity. Mr. Tillman, who are they in this case? Are they the soldiers who were part of the fratricide? Did they do something willfully wrong, or did they do something that you want us to understand was just wrong today, other than screw up and kill one of their colleagues?
Yes, sir. The firefight itself was due to, based on the evidence, it looks like it's gross negligence, but it looks like criminal intent to criminal negligence, which is what the first officer concluded, possible criminal intent, in which he tried to push off to CID, and somehow it never got to him.
So you're saying that they fragged your brother deliberately?
No.
Okay,
no, sir. There's a difference between homicide and criminal negligence. It's like if a kid's in the street and you're driving and you run into him, you just didn't see him, but you ran into him anyway. That's unfortunate, but you're going to be held accountable for driving into a kid that's standing in the street.
No, my other committee I keep slipping to is Judiciary, so I have the good fortune of going back and forth between these two. So you're saying they were improperly trained, leading to mistakes made on the battlefield?
I didn't say improperly trained, sir.
Okay. They were properly trained, but they made mistakes?
I said they were out of control, sir.
Okay. So they are...
You're referring to what, there's the American soldiers that did this, sir. They would be the American soldiers on that aspect. No, but if you're referring to the instance, sir, yes.
No.
But outside of that,
we have to establish the theys here. So one they are E1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, up to a lieutenant. That's one they. In the aftermath, you're saying that they include a 3-star general?
Yes, sir.
And the entire chain of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lynch, in your case, who are the theys that you think made your story, which was originally true and simple, into something that was untrue but more glorious?
You know, I don't know exactly where it started at, but I know that they would be considered as part of the media for letting the story to keep going in such a way that they should have found out the facts before they spread the word like wildfire. I mean, they should have took accountability and made sure that the stories were accurate before they ran with it.
Okay. Do you think there was a conspiracy to create this for some reason at a level above the military and the media?
No.
Do you have any evidence that you would?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Mr. Tillman, or Mrs. Tillman, do you think that there was a conspiracy, and I heard some of the emails that were sort of the opposite for that reason I'm asking, do you think there was a conspiracy or involvement by people politically connected, in other words, elected or appointed in political roles, that fostered the untrue statements about your brother or your son?
Yes, sir.
And who are they, and what is your evidence?
I don't know, sir, who they are. I just know the evidence is leading to a point, which is why we came to your committee, sir.
Okay, what evidence is leading to that point?
Part of the evidence is the P4 message sent by the head spook of all the special forces. It is not a sit rep. It is a warning to these people. This information, this is something that's very politically sensitive, and it is, in my opinion, very disingenuous to think that they did not know, especially based on what was going on at the time. It is a bit speculative right now, and that's why we're here. But the whole thing as a whole, if you look at its parts and put it together, it's absolutely absurd. This whole thing is unbelievable, from this manufactured story to what really happened. There's such a disconnect, and to think that the generals would sua sponte this on their own, I don't think that's a very reasonable answer. And based off of the email traffic, based on how a lot of these wars are perception based, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of stuff that's controlled. I think it's imperative that the committee take a look and see if that's the case. I personally am pretty confident that they did have something to do with this, because they're the ones that ultimately benefited from that story.
Thank you, Mr. Ice. Mr. Clay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Ranking Member Davis, both of you all, for calling this hearing, and I want to thank Private Lynch for being here today. Your courage and dedication to duty, both while under enemy fire and then as a wounded POW, are heroic, and your commitment to making certain that the truth about what happened to you and your unit finally emerged is equally heroic. And Mr. and Mrs. Tillman, first, as a father, I want to express my sincere condolences to you on the loss of your brave son, Patrick. And I want to commend you for having the courage to pursue the truth about your son's death while bearing the terrible burden of losing a child. We know now that your painful loss was compounded by having had to confront a pattern of deception, misleading information, and in some instances, deliberate misinformation. And unfortunately, that pattern of misinformation and deception is not limited to just your son's case. So yes, Mr. Tillman, there is a pattern of deception and misinformation that emanates from the top, from the White House on down and through the departments responsible for this war. So you're not too far from the truth, sir. Back in my district in St. Louis, I had a brave young constituent by the name of Private Lavina Johnson. And sadly, in July of 2005, at the age of 19, she became the first female soldier from Missouri to be killed in Iraq. Just like Corporal Tillman, Private Johnson was an exceptional young American. She was an honor student, a gifted musician, and very active in her church and community. And just like Corporal Tillman after 9/11, she was inspired to join the Army to help protect her country. And Private Johnson came from a proud military tradition. Her father, Dr. Johnson, is an Army veteran and worked for the Department of Defense for 25 years. Her uncle served in Korea. Her grandfather served in World War II for almost 2 years. Dr. and Mrs. Johnson have been trying to get to the truth about what happened to their daughter, and my office has tried to assist them in that effort. Unfortunately, they have been met by a wall of disrespect, evasion, and failure, and a failure to provide them with the answer that the parents of any fallen soldier deserve. And I am thankful that this committee is taking action to get them the information they have questioned. Private Lavina Johnson gave her life for her country, and her country has a responsibility to tell her family the whole truth about how she died. Now, Ms. Tillman, I want to turn now to Pat's Silver Star Award. The committee has a copy of the original citation that supported the Silver Star Award. The certificate says that Pat Tillman put himself in the line of devastating enemy fire. It also says that Corporal Tillman was mortally wounded while under fire that resulted in the platoon's safe passage. Ms. Tillman, there's nothing in here at all about friendly fire, is there?
No, there's not, sir. They're very careful to stay away from that.
So anyone who reads this, including you, would believe Pat was killed in a firefight with enemy forces. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Bailey has stated that he was the one who recommended posthumously awarding a Silver Star to Pat Tillman, claiming that his actions prior to his death by friendly fire merited the award. But the final version of this award focused on the supposed battle with enemy firefighters at the time of death. Do you have any idea why Colonel Bailey or the other drafters of the award failed to correct this key fact?
I can speculate, and I do. But I think because the situation out there was so horrific that, and I want to say that, you know, Kevin indicates that he believes that the Rangers are trained for the most part quite well. And so we're not attacking the training. And these soldiers themselves in a different situation may have performed quite well. But at this particular moment, they got excited. And they were not afraid when they were asked about this particular engagement. Not once did they say they were afraid. Not once did they say they were being fired upon. They said they were excited. Or one said, I wanted to be in a firefight. General Jones asked, you know, did you PID your target? No, I wanted to be in a firefight. When they asked, did you see waving hands? Yes, we saw waving hands. What did it look like, General Jones asked? It looked like they were trying to say, hey, it's us. And yet, they fired at them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clay.
Thank you.
Mr. Micah?
Well, thank you. And again, I want to join my colleagues in extending my deepest sympathy to the Tillman family on your loss. I've read that, I didn't get here for your comments, opening comments, but I've read the testimony, and it does sound like you present some facts that need further review relating to the questions about the mission that we should help resolve, and that's our responsibility. And then I think there are questions, too, about that have been raised about how this story was handled. But with your son and your brother, you have an American hero. He was a hero before he joined the military and always will be, whether he died by friendly fire or by hostile action. I don't know if I could ever be satisfied if it was my son. So I think we have a responsibility to pursue what you've been told. I must tell you, as a member of Congress, sometimes that this is part of the process we go through too. I've had about 19 I've lost in Afghanistan, since I've been in Congress, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Europe, in different things. It's the hardest thing I have to go through personally. And sometimes I'm very irritated. I read about it first in the press. The military doesn't have a good system of notifying us. They notify sometimes the next of kin first, and sometimes that doesn't work out well because of the circumstance. Unfortunately, we've gone through that over 2,700 times with combat casualties, and what is it, 600 now, with accidents with the military. So you must know that about the process. I've got a kid that his name's Vaccaro, and I was told he died trying to save, he was a medic, trying to save others. And when I heard that, I said, oh my God, he should be awarded a Silver Star. But you know, it's taken, the funeral's been a couple months ago, and it's taken till just recently to see that he would get that because of the investigation. Of course, you have high profile, Ms. Lynch. You're very high profile, like it or not. You were unique among the captives and represent a very unique situation. Maybe the military did try to make more out of the heroes that we believe they believe were heroes. Some of the information I have on Ms. Lynch, the story that she was fighting to her death, this is April 3rd, and I know you weren't interviewed for that, were you? And that one of the authors, Lieb, says the Post story, the Post based this story on battlefield intelligence reports that Lieb says are almost always wrong in some respect. Lieb dismissed accusations that the military used his paper as an organ for propaganda. I don't think we were spun at all, he says. I don't think the Pentagon ever set to make Jessica Lynch a poster child for battle heroism. So it does happen. And I just look at the things that have happened in the last week. Governor Karzai, and I read in the media, I thought some kid cut him off on the turnpike
and he ended up in critical condition, almost dying. It turns out he was going 91 miles an hour on the turnpike, further revealed, not let alone explaining something that occurred halfway around the world is very, very difficult under war circumstances. Last week with the unfortunate Virginia Tech incident, again, the way the media handled it, I thought there were two shooters for a long time, and then we were led to believe that it was mistakes of the administration and others, and then we saw the videotape of a mentally deranged individual and saw the motivation. So it's very difficult. But I don't want you to become as the poster child for those who don't think our military does a good job. They make mistakes, and they've made mistakes probably in your instances, but there are hundreds of thousands of heroes. A lot of them aren't with us, and thank you, Jessica Lynch, for recognizing the others and being honest. You were honest, and you represent the best of the best. We thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Micah. Ms. Watson.
I want to thank the chair and for holding this hearing. I always see this committee as the seekers of truth. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to hear from those who are actually involved. I want to thank the Tillman family for their tenacity and not stopping until you get the actual truth. So the story will be complete and you'll have some closure. We see your son and your brother and your husband and your loved one as a real hero because he went to fight for his country and he died in that fight. And the peace of mind comes when you know all the circumstances, not a story that has been put together for political purposes. So thank you for your presence here. Thank you for your courage and your tenacity. We need more Americans like you. And Jessica Lynch, you indeed are our hero. The fantasy surrounding your injuries and your hospitalization was reported to the American people in the world, making you a Rambo-like hero. You know the truth, regardless of the condition you were in. And I was told the truth by Shoshana Johnson, who was the first woman who happened to be an African-American soldier who was imprisoned. And we brought her to Los Angeles because she had relatives there. And she told her story. And she told us how she was caring for you when you had trouble with the water and the food. And she told us how your weight went down. And she told us about your energy level that would not allow you to go out and shoot until the last bullet was expired. We knew that story. But what I heard through the press was something completely different. And so we see you too as a fighter for right, fighter for the country. It's the circumstances that we think were politicized. And this war being politicized is unacceptable to so many of us. So I want to thank you for your courage to come, your honesty, your sincerity. And I want to thank you for what you did for your country. May I ask you this question? Did you come here for political reasons?
No, I did not.
Did you join the service for political reasons?
No, I did not.
All right, that's from you to the world. Now, did you get out of the vehicle during the time that there was the ambush and several of your colleagues were killed?
No, we were traveling at the time, and then we were hit by an RPG. And sometime between that point, I was unconscious and then taken to the hospital.
But you were in the vehicle?
Yes, inside the
Yes.
vehicle.
You never got a chance to fire off
No, I did
anywhere?
not.
All right. Now, that's the story that Shoshana Johnson told us
Yes.
in front of the press. That's not the story we heard through the press afterwards. Dr. Bowles, you have said there were prick marks, but you would diagnose to say they were not bullet wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I just want to establish that because the story went out, someone had to become the heroine or the hero of this war, and you happened, Jessica, to be that story. And I'm so pleased and proud that all of you are here to tell the truth to the world. And what we want to say here is that we wish you no harm. We want to express our sincere gratitude to all of you and to your relatives that would go out in defense of this country. But when stories are fabricated, that does a disservice to you. It does a disservice to our fighting force. And I want to say to all of you, thank you for the courage, because there's going to be a counterattack. I'm just as sure as I'm sitting here to disprove what you're saying. But we heard you. You're the ones that went through it. And we will document that. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Shays is next, but he wants to hold back on his time, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for letting me come. As witnesses may or may not know, I am not a member of the committee, but I represent Fort Bragg in my district, and for years have known and grown up with a number of the people that are involved. And first, again, let me, as others have, extend my most sincere condolences to the Tillman family. Words can't express our sympathy for you and what has happened. I appreciate your service, Kevin, in the military. Jessica, thank you very much for that. I simply want to say, Mr. Chairman, that in all this, the men at Fort Bragg, some of whom are serving elsewhere right now, are not perfect. But by the same token, I have known them for over 9 years now to be men of honesty, integrity, intelligence, and commitment to their country. So as we move forward, anything that we can do to help you, the families, bring appropriate, proper closure, which we all recognize is not possible, we certainly want to be a part of that. By the same token, I want to be completely open and above board, forthcoming and straightforward about other people who are directly and indirectly involved, and make sure that we do what's right for everyone concerned. My neighbor down the hall, Ms. Watson, talked about this being political. Well, Washington's political. Doesn't matter what the year, who the party and majority is, there's a certain amount of politics, and it's up to us. And Mr. Chairman, what I think and hope you and Mr. Davis are doing, Mr. Tom Davis, Danny Davis as well, is to make sure that whatever political implications go with any incident, the outcome is such that in the future mistakes are avoided, families are protected, and we come away doing the right thing regardless of what party that we're in. You know, unfortunately, and I have extensively read the many reports, not the least of which is the 84-page. And as you look at this, we don't have the luxury of a safe crime scene where we could go back and carefully evaluate, and that has to be a part of the overall picture that we're looking at here. The same token, I was at Beaufort Marine Corps Air Station on Saturday when the tragic loss of a Blue Angel occurred. Our hearts and prayers go out to that family as well, but it struck me as we were there on the air station, an eyewitness, so to speak, listening to the news reports of the, quote, eyewitnesses and the excitement and the fear and also the confusion that resulted, there was some lacking of accuracy. So I think, again, that needs to be part of this. And Mike Honda, you and I have talked about this. Thank you for stepping up and representing this family so well. That's very appropriate. And Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for letting me speak, and again, to the Tillmans and Ms. Lynch, thank you very much for your service, and anything we can do for you, I can assure you, across any political border, we're anxious to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Yarmouth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the members of the panel for their testimony, to the Tillmans and Ms. Lynch. On behalf of the people of Louisville, Kentucky, whom I represent, I want to thank you for your service and your courage and your sacrifice. Dr. Bowles, I'd like to turn to you for a minute. You were Jessica Lynch's surgeon in Germany, as we heard earlier, and you were a private contractor there. Is that correct? You weren't a member of the military?
That's correct.
That's correct. And after the stories came out about Ms. Lynch that said that she had been shot, you remained silent. You played a critical role in this entire episode, and yet the American people never heard from you. Why did you not speak up at the time that this all occurred?
Well, I think every physician has an ethical responsibility not to talk about their patients publicly or even privately, for the most part.
Were
that
you
goes
under,
without saying.
Were you under any constraints, legal or otherwise, by virtue of your position as a private contractor in discussing these incidents?
No.
No, not at all. Ms. Lynch, were you coached at all by anybody at any time as to what you might or should say concerning your situation, your story?
Well, when all the stories were being created, I was kind of kept away from watching the news and stuff and hearing all the reports, so I really didn't even know what was going on until a while later. But because I was still in the Army, I wasn't allowed to talk about.
That's a standard rule, that you aren't allowed to talk about it. But you did ultimately talk to network television. That was after you were...
Once I was out of the military, I was allowed to speak about what happened.
Mm-hmm. When you entered the military, well, let me put it another way. Has this entire incident made you question the handling of public information by the military? Do you think that the country was well served throughout this entire episode?
I do, but I think they could have handled situations a lot better and made sure that the truth was more accurate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, going back to you, Dr. Bowles, you said you were under no constraints. Did you have to sign any kind of non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, I did.
Was that something you signed, a blanket non-disclosure agreement, or regarding all of your patients, or were you asked to sign this specifically for the Lynch case?
Yeah, when you asked me the question before, my mind was thinking about right after words when the press did contact me. Before she left, the day before or the day of, I was asked to sign something to say that this would not be discussed also.
And you had never been asked to sign anything like that involving any other patient of yours?
No, sir.
You said that there was another doctor there who came to a different conclusion as to whether Ms. Lynch had been shot. Do you know if he was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement? Was he a member of the military? Or
he was a member of the military.
He was the military, so he was bound by the same constraints that Ms. Lynch was?
I would assume so.
Okay. Did you think it was peculiar that you were asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for one patient?
At the time, no. I'm not sure I do now. I kind of assumed they were asking people other than myself and that it was a standard procedure.
Looking back at it now, are you suspicious of the fact that they did that, and what do you think was behind their action there?
I really don't think I have an opinion on that, sir. It may have been standard procedure for a highly visible situation such as Private Lynch was. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Shays? You want to?
Oh, now, thank you. One, thank you for having this hearing, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here. In a hearing like this, you don't even know where to begin, particularly in 5 minutes. Ms. Lynch, your statement says it all. You're on record, you've come before Congress, and it was done in a very appropriate way, concise, to the point. Thank you for your service. I wrestle with this issue. I wrestle with the fact that there were anonymous sources saying you did things you didn't do. There's a huge attention on you. I wonder what I would do if I was the government, saying, you know what, she really didn't do this, she didn't really do that, and not wanting to show any disrespect to you. So in some ways, I feel like you're the one who needed to set it straight. And I think some people just wanted to show respect to you and didn't want to cause you any more agony than you went through, but obviously you've gone through so much. But in the end, the record needs to be set straight, and no one should knowingly distort the record. I believe that parents, the spouses, the next of kin, a spouse, has an absolute right to know the truth. Absolute right. Children have an absolute right to know what happened to their dad. Anyone who gives out false information should lose their job at the least, and something worse if they really were part of a huge conspiracy. So thank you, Ms. Lynch, for being here and your testimony. Ms. Tillman, you and your husband are remarkable parents. You have 3 sons, 2 sons who've given up a lot materially to serve and risk their lives for their country. I mean, they did this because of the way you raised them. And you're, I think, being very consistent with the way you raised them. You want the truth. And I don't know, and I'm going to call you Kevin just because there's so many Tillmans here, but Kevin, to have served in the same unit with your brother and to have been made aware of what happened so quickly, it has to be devastating. I have 3 older brothers, no sisters. I can't imagine losing a brother. To have served with your brother and to know that he lost his life, and then to know there was a real screw-up. What's hard for me to imagine is how anyone, knowing you were there, thought they could distort the truth. I mean, for the life of me, I don't know that. I can't even begin to think how they thought they could get away with it. And I see your circumstance with Pat different than Ms. Lynch, because here it does seem to be information directly given out, publicly given out, totally false. Mr. Kucinich and others, I chaired the National Security Subcommittee, now I'm its ranking member. We asked that this investigation happen, but you're not happy with the investigation. I went out for a little bit, done by the Inspector General. I'd like one or the other to, or both of you, to just tell me again why you're not happy or take issue with this investigation.
Well, you know, they have, the Inspector General's investigation indicates
If I could ask, I have trouble hearing you. If you could move the mic up. You're not as loud as you think you are up here.
Yes, I am, but I'm being very careful.
Yes, thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to clear something up. This family has great respect for the military. My dad served, my uncles served, you know, I mean, I just want to make that clear. The most comforting sight right after Pat died was the sight of General Kinzinger, which is very sad to me because I don't know what his role is in the cover-up, but he was very kind, he was very impressive in his uniform, and I felt very proud that, that he was there. And in other words, we were made to feel rather foolish, I think. I mean, there's an element of the betrayal. You feel rather foolish. Well, how didn't I not pick up on this? And all of the officers we were in touch with prior to uncovering, you know, sort of this deceit, we had respect for. I mean, you know, I thought General Jones was a very gracious man, and I even gave him a picture of Pat because, you know, he knew Pat, and And then I felt like he was betraying us in the end, although he did do us a great service because he gave us a lot of information, but his conclusions were not valid. I mean, based on the evidence, how could he say there was nothing wrong, nothing nefarious had happened? So I just want to make it very clear that this family does have respect for the military. We had great trust in the officers that came to us, and I know there's marvelous people in the military to this day. But, you know, I work for an organization too. I know there's good and bad people, and it's the people that are doing the wrong that need to be uncovered.
I know my light went up, but I would just love to have you highlight maybe one or two of the biggest flaws with this report.
Okay, I understand.
I'll highlight one for you,
Yeah.
sir. If you could turn to page 53, it talks about, and this is redacted, so you got to bear with me. It talks about the narrative for the witness statements for the Silver Star. And the two Silver Star witnesses, one is here, which you guys had to fight to get. That's Brian O'Neill, that the military fought tooth and nail, as you know, to keep him from testifying. But the narrative on that top right-hand side, read it. There's flat out saying, I didn't write this. I didn't write this. I don't know who wrote this thing. It wasn't me. I didn't say this. And is that addressed in the conclusion? No. I mean, that's fraud, correct? To falsify a witness statement in a Silver Star Award, fabricating it with these kids' names on it, that is an example of something that it's sitting right here. Why isn't it addressed in the conclusion? How come no one's held accountable for this? So the whole thing is riddled with nonsense,
So if I could summarize, there are indications here that the Inspector General was not as diligent, did not pursue obvious questions, and so you have a lot of unanswered issues here because of this report.
Well, they accepted the CID investigation. I mean, you know, the IG, you know, they came to conclusions about certain generals that did some things they shouldn't have done. I believe these generals are not, I think these generals were under orders personally by someone higher. I don't think that these generals acted on their own. But I mean, yes, the IG did say that there were 4 generals that are culpable and there's 5 other officers that are culpable. I understand that. However, they also said that the CID investigation was valid. They deemed it okay. And the CID investigation was a travesty in my eyes. I think it was ridiculous. There were absolute indications of ROE violations riddled throughout every single report that was done. They didn't try to find out really who the name of this Afghan militia soldier was. For 3 years, no one has known his name. And then we're told his name is Tani, which I think is kind of ridiculous, being it's a tribal country. They usually have more than one name. And I don't think that is his real name. I wanted to know who actually commanded the AMF soldiers. I asked the IG agent specifically to find that out. And, you know, he was communicating with CID, so he said he would make sure they were aware of that. When I asked the investigator, you know, who commanded the AMF soldiers, oh, we didn't look into that. When I asked them what was the conclusion with the ballistics testing, with the bullets that were taken from Pat's head, oh, I didn't look into that. We never got any report. I mean, in every way they're dodging us. And the IG condoned that, even though they, you know, make the public believe they did such a grand job because they pointed the finger at 4 generals and 5 other officers. That's a smokescreen. These officers are scapegoats. And McChrystal's memo coming out the way it did is a pure indication that they are feeling like scapegoats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shays. Mr. Braley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lynch, Mr. Tillman, I want to thank you for your eloquent and compelling testimony. And Mr. Tillman, I want to thank you for using the word fratricide, because for any family that's gone through what your family has, there's nothing friendly about friendly fire. And with your permission, I'd like to address my initial remarks to your parents. When I heard about your son's death, the real causes for his death, it took me back to when I was a 13-year-old growing up in Iowa. I had a cousin who was serving in a Marine Corps artillery fire base in Vietnam, and a story hit the Des Moines Register that captured the attention of everyone in my state. It was about a young man named Michael Mullen from LaPorte City, Iowa, who had gone to high school at Don Bosco, gone off and gotten his college degree, and was a graduate student when he was drafted into the Army. went and served his country honorably, and I'm going to ask you if this story sounds familiar. During the pre-dawn hours of February 18, 1970, on a jungle hilltop near the village of Chu Lai, South Vietnam, an outgoing shell from a U.S. Army howitzer accidentally struck a tree top and exploded above the men of Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, Americal Division. 6 were injured, 2 were killed. One of them was Michael Mullen, 25, the 5th generation of his family to farm the same fertile Iowa acreage. Michael was pierced by a small crescent of steel that tore a hole in his heart. He was sleeping and died instantly. The Army listed their son as a non-battle casualty, a category that they were to learn was used rather loosely to keep down the weekly figure of war dead. An anguished war protest letter from Peg Mullen, Michael's mother, to President Nixon brought back a note from a White House clerk assuring her that the president was truly sorry that her son had died, and attached to the note were copies of President Nixon's Vietnamization speeches. Another letter from the Adjutant General's office informed the Mullins that the non-battle casualty had been posthumously awarded the Bronze Star and the Good Conduct Medal. However, they also received a voucher they were asked to sign to receive the pay due their son Michael at the time of his death, and they refused to sign, demanding a full accounting from the government of the circumstances of how he died. And when they finally got that full accounting, it came with a deduction for advanced leave time that their son no longer had a position to make up. Peg Mullen turned this into a personal crusade, taking the money that they received from their son's death benefit to take out full-page ads in the Des Moines Register, consisting of 714 crosses representing Iowa's Vietnam War dead. One of the results from that action was that they had their family phone tapped. And as I heard the story of what your family has gone through in order to get a full accounting from the government that your son served with honor, I was reminded of how we tell ourselves over and over again, never again, and yet we seem to go through this every time we're faced with a crisis like we face right now.
Well, I would like to say, I think it's really important because before someone says anything to us, I want to say it first because we have been asked over and over again, well, what can we do for your family? How can we appease you? And it makes me sick. It's not about our family. Our family will never be satisfied. We'll never have Pat back. But what is so outrageous is this isn't about Pat. This is about what they did to Pat and what they did to a nation. And there is evidence in accumulation of what is about 12 binders on Pat's death. I've condensed it to 1 or 2. And this is evidence that something really awful happened. It's your job to find out what happened to him. We have an institution in place to find out what happened to him. And that's really important. And we're coming to you. Pat died for this country, and he believed it was a great country that had a system that worked. It's not perfect. No one has ever said that. But there's a systems in place to allow for it to work. And your job is to find out what happened to Pat, is to find out what happened to Patrick McCafferty, to what happened to Kenneth Ballard, to all the other soldiers. And by making up these false stories is exactly what Jessica said. It's you're diminishing their true heroism. It may not be pretty, it may not be like out of a John Wayne movie, but that's not what war is all about. It's ugly, it's bloody, it's painful, and to write these glorious tales is really a disservice to the nation. And the nation needs to realize this is an ugly war. Everyone should be part of it. Everyone should understand what's going on. And we shouldn't be allowed to have smoke screens thrown in our face.
Thank you. One of the articles that I've read after the Pentagon report was released noted that the report did not attempt to explain why the military command stuck to its feel-good story of combat heroism at the time of the Abu Ghraib scandal, which you referenced in your testimony, Mr. Tillman. Can you, either one of you, talk about why or what explanations you have received as to why that explanation has never been provided?
I haven't received an explanation. I don't know if they have a good explanation. I think they're just whatever reason. I don't know. That's, hopefully you guys can find that out. I don't know why they'd stick to the same story, as they're still sticking to it.
General Jones, when he interviewed General McChrystal for his investigation, he asked, and this is the actual document that General Jones provided us, he said, once you became aware that this was possible fratricide, was there a conscious decision made not to tell the family of the possibility? If so, why? General McChrystal answers, there was a conscious decision on who we told about the potential because we did not know all the facts. I did tell the senior leadership, and then there's a redaction. We all know now who that he's talking about the possibility prior to the memorial ceremony because I felt they needed to know that before the ceremony. I believe that we did not tell the family of the possibility because we did not want to give them some half-baked finding. But the irony is that's exactly what they did. They made up a story, they presented it to an honorable military individual who thought he was given the true facts, and he was mortified that he wasn't. I mean, the Army didn't even present it themselves to be held accountable for the lie. They handed it over to someone else. I mean, there is no explanation. And this notion that we wanted to investigate beforehand is absurd because General Jones also provided documentation that even before this incident happened, you're supposed to tell the family right away if you suspect fratricide. Period. It's not nebulous, as Colonel Nixon said. It's not nebulous at all. You simply tell the family you suspect it. Then you can investigate. Then you can give the family your conclusions. So the idea that they were trying to protect us by not telling us until the investigation took place is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As so many of us have stated, today's hearings to honor the special men and women of our armed services by coming to the truth. And I thank the families for being here today. I thank you, Ms. Lynch, for being here today. There's press reports galore. I have stacks of them. You know, people were looking for a hero. Well, when you're in boot camp and before you get to boot camp, you raise up your hand if you're going to be in the military and you take an oath and you're a hero at that moment. And I remember well the situation in Iowa being from the neighboring state of Minnesota and the courage and the determination of that family. And as Congressman Braley pointed out again, here we are doing it again today. I'm going to refer to the Inspector General's report, and I can see why you're less than satisfied with it. Page 2, the Inspector General says, we include that despite shortcomings, the investigation is established on basic facts. Despite shortcomings. On page 3, we determined both investigators were deficient. Both investigations, the early investigations, were deficient, primarily because the investigating officer failed to visit the scene to gather the evidence, failed to review the witnesses. But yet, I don't see where there was any action taken. And maybe there's another report beyond this that can be supplied to me. On page 4, the Inspector General says, we determined that the third investigation was also deficient, primarily because the investigating officers failed to interview all the relevant witnesses and did not assess accountability for the chain of command's failure with requirements, including failure to report and investigate friendly fire. On page 5, the Inspector General goes on to say, we found no reasonable explanation for this failure to comply with regulations. It goes on and on and on. And yet, I don't feel that I, as a member of Congress, have enough information to find out how far up the chain of command this went and how people have been held accountable. Someone said today, you're here to set the story straight. I don't believe you should be here to to set the story straight.
Thank you. I agree with you.
I believe our military should have set the story straight for the Tillman family, for the Lynch family, and for all the families and families I'm currently working with on casework to make sure that everything is recorded right. This affects every single family that's serving in our country today, and it will affect families serving tomorrow if we don't get to the truth. And this country, our Constitution, is based on the fact that people should have an open government and that all people are entitled to the pursuit of happiness. Now, this outcome will not make your family happy, and Ms. Lynch, this outcome will not heal your body whole again to where it was prior to the injury. But can you tell me, in your words, how not being told the truth and having to be here again, asking for the truth to be fully revealed and everyone to be held accountable, how that makes you feel betrayed? Because you used the word, and I think it's very powerful, Mrs. Tillman.
Well,
you have been betrayed.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been betrayed. It isn't just our family. Every time they betray a soldier, they betray all of us. And, you know, Pat had high ideals for the country. He did, and he thought it was, you know, imperfect. And he certainly didn't join for political reasons. He thought the country was in need. It didn't matter who was in office. It didn't matter which party he voted for. That's beside the point. The country was in need. And we had officers that we trusted. We had high regard for them. My ex-husband, Pat's dad, and Kevin Richards' dad, we both, kind of turned them over, although they were grown men and perfectly capable of that. But in your heart, they're your kids, and you turn them over. And we trusted that, we knew they could die. Certainly we knew they could die, or they could come back wounded, or they could be harmed to the extent that Jessica was harmed. But we never thought that they would use him the way they did. And I say they, I don't know who they is, so please forgive me if I'm trying to put everybody in the same category. But they definitely used him. And what's so weird is I remember that when, we all remember Jessica's story. And when the truth came out, I'm thinking in my head, well, they learned their lesson this time. This girl, she really showed courage, and she told the truth, and they'll be smarter next time. Well, a year later, they weren't smarter. And so, yes, it's a betrayal, but it's not just a betrayal to us, and that's why we're here. If it was only a betrayal to us, we would sue or something. This is a very big issue, and that's why we're in front of Congress, because Congress is supposed to take care of their citizens.
Thank you very much. That's why we're holding this hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for holding this hearing. To the Tillmans, I want to add my thanks to you for your fortitude, courage, and great personal sacrifices that you have made, not only in behalf of your family, but on behalf of all of us who believe in truth, all of us who seek justice, and all of us who believe in valor. And so we all appreciate you and what you have endured. Private Lynch, let me add thanks to you for your bravery in battle, but just as much for your courage to come forth, to share with the American people something that perhaps you wouldn't have had to do unless there was something burning inside of you, saying that truth is so important that the people must know and that the people must understand. So thank you so very much. Let me ask the Tillmans. On May 3rd, 2004, a large memorial service was held for Corporal Tillman in San Jose, California, which was carried on national television. And I'd like to ask both of you about that memorial service. I'm sure that Corporal Tillman's death was a severe blow to your entire family. This memorial was an opportunity to honor his service to honor the fact that he gave his life for his country. And I imagine that you both were dealing with very difficult feelings and that you were trying to get some sense of closure. At the time of the service, you still thought that Pat Tillman had been killed in a firefight with the enemy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had begun to come to terms with that at the memorial, and there were various Defense Department officials present, and they spoke about Corporal Tillman's bravery and his actions in fighting the enemy. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I understand it that General Kinzinger was the highest-ranking military officer who attended the service. Did you see General Kinzinger at the memorial service?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with him, and if so, what did he say?
I did speak with him. I don't remember what I said to him. I just remember feeling very comforted that he was there. And he was very kind and warm, and I just felt a very close affiliation with the military somehow, because I felt like, well, they understand what we're going through, and they're here to, I was glad to see him, and I don't remember what he said. I don't remember what Colonel Chen said.
But at this point, General Kinzinger already knew that Pat's death was a friendly fire incident.
Yeah.
The memorial service was on May 3rd, and General Kinzinger had received the P4 memo on April 29th, 4 days earlier, warning that this was a friendly fire incident. But he didn't tell you anything about this. He didn't correct what was said at the ceremony. We had wanted to ask the general about his actions at our hearing today, but he has refused to testify. Last week, his attorneys sent a letter to the committee invoking his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Mr. Chairman, I ask that this letter be made a part of the record.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
And I will close by observing that it appears that you were put through the ringer twice. First, you were hit with Pat's death, which was devastating. And then as you were slowly coming to terms with that, you were hit again. This time with the revelation that military officials sitting next to you at Pat's memorial service knew that he was killed by his own platoon, but kept you in the dark. It is hard to imagine our military and our government doing that to its citizens, especially when they are mourning the life of their loved ones who have given to this country the most that one can give. Again, I thank you for your testimony, for your courage, and for being here today. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I'm going to recognize myself before we call on those who've joined us, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Honda. I can certainly see why you're outraged. You told misinformation. The country was told misinformation. There have been 5 investigations, and there's still unanswered questions. There were 3 internal investigations by the military. Then the Office of Inspector General and the CID split it up and did 2 investigations themselves. And there are questions that we still haven't answered. How high up did this go? People knew early on that the story that was being sent around the world about your son was just not true. They didn't let you know for 4 or 5 weeks, but other people knew. And then those statements on the Silver Star Award, the Inspector General said those statements were fabricated. And yet he didn't tell us who fabricated them. Well, we're going to ask him about that in a minute. And then I've read, and no one's mentioned this, statements from people in the military who were so condescending to you to say, you're lost, you're grief, you can't deal with this whole thing, you can't accept.
Well, basically,
happened?
I would like to address that because Lieutenant, I believe he's Lieutenant General. I lose track of their, no, I'm sorry, he's a colonel. He's still a colonel. Colonel Kazlorich said, and I'm appalled that he would make these comments. He's entitled to his opinion, of course, but he said that we would never be satisfied because we're not Christians. Spirituality doesn't enter into this, I guess, in his mind, but, you know, we're not Christians, so we can't put him to rest. And he then did, and that's why we will never be satisfied, and we're just a pain in the ass, basically. Then he did an interview on ESPN where he basically reiterated this, I mean, to a reporter, who then put it on a website and in an actual article. He also said that it must make us feel terrible that Pat's worm dirt.
Well, that's really horrible. And I think nobody studied this more than you. No one knows more about this than you. So we need to get the further questions that you feel have to be answered, and we've got to insist that they be answered. 5 investigations evidently isn't enough. They haven't gotten the answers.
Well,
that
I would like
need.
to address also General Abizaid, because General Abizaid was, sent the memo, the P4, that almost everyone says is a very crucial memo, that it's supposed to be read right away, and he claims that he didn't receive it. He said he was in Iraq. Well, on the Pentagon website, there's an interview. He did a press conference on April 30th, and he was in Qatar. And in that press conference, he makes reference to the fact that he was in Afghanistan the day before talking to Pat's platoon leader, who was wounded in the same exchange that Pat was wounded in. And
let me interrupt you because I wanted to get to Mrs. Lynch. I only have a couple of minutes left. But let me just say, Shakespeare put it correctly when he said, well, oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. And evidently, people were out there trying to deceive not just you, but the American people. Ms. Lynch, your injuries, the result of your injuries, we were told in the Washington Post and other places, because you were a girl Rambo, and that just turned out to be not true. Yet the statements were made by people in the military to the press. So they were trying to get a story out. And of course, both stories are very self-serving when you think of those who are trying to support the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. But then the military had an opportunity to rescue you, and you were captive for 10 days. But there was a whole day before they captured you when they were preparing not just to rescue you, but to videotape the rescue. Were you aware of that, or aware of it now?
Yeah, I was aware. Well, not at the time. I wasn't aware that they were
certainly not then.
videotaping me, no. But after the fact, yeah, I knew about it, and now, I kind of understand why they did it.
Well, maybe you understand it, but it just seems to me that I come from Hollywood. I expect show business in Hollywood, not from the military, and not to support a story that was a fabrication. We heard from our staff interviewed Jim Wilkinson, the Director of Strategic Communications at CENTCOM. He informed us of the plans of your rescue operation. He had informed the press operation a full day before it happened. And there's Lieutenant Colonel John Robinson. He is someone who worked for Mr. Wilkinson. He explained to the Washington Post why the press office was so interested in getting video of your rescue, that they postponed your rescue to do this. And he said, we knew it would be the hottest thing of the day. There was not an intent to talk it down or embellish it because we didn't need to. It was an awesome story, the awesome story of your rescue. Well, this might have been an awesome story, but this was your life. And you were the one feeling the pain, and they were trying to stage a rescue to sustain their heroic story. that they made up, and your story was heroic enough without that fabrication. I want to recognize Mr. Honda. He's a representative of the Tillman family, and he asked me to hold this hearing. And I know he's talked to you, Mr. Tillman, and Mr. Tillman, but I want to recognize him to pursue any questions he wants to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you as the chair and ranking member Davis and the members of this committee for holding this hearing. It is a hearing that's been long awaited, but it's a hearing that was set aside until such time that all administrative procedures can be exhausted, and I think that the Tillmans have exercised tremendous amount of restraint and patience. And to the family, I want to thank you for that. And also thank you for not giving up. And I guess there's a phrase that says you bring truth to power. I think now you will give power to truth. And this is the pursuit that we're going after. And to Ms. Lynch and to Dr. Bowles, thank you for being here also. There was a initial comment with you, Kevin, about being there. The situation was, as I understand it, that the platoon was set up in two serials. Serial 1 where your brother was in, and serial 2 is where you were assigned. And the firing took place, of which you probably heard, but what did not take part in. Could you share with us that which happened step by step through that day and then the subsequent days until such time that you had become aware that your brother was killed by friendly fire?
Yes, sir. That's a long narrative, but I'll speed it up.
Yeah, it may be long, but I think it
we had a broken down GMV, and we were stuck we were stuck in Megara for about 6 hours, and I'm not privy to any of the conversations with the PL or any of that stuff because I was on a turret gunner. It was a Mark 19,
right.
And long and the short of it, they told the PL the decision was made to split the platoon up, one go to Mana, and the other take the broken down GMB up to the Hardball Road. So they took off. The first serial that Pat was in left about 10 minutes before we did, and then we followed suit. Well, someone made the decision not to go up that road because it was too difficult. Well, serial 1 traveled into a canyon. Serial 2 decided to follow right behind serial 1 into that canyon. So, and I actually saw the last vehicle enter into the canyon. I mean, I didn't really know what the plan was specifically, but you get a general feel. And long and the short of it, we ended up following, I don't know how close, but I knew we were there. I was in the vehicle with a platoon sergeant in the rear of the element. So they went through, Pat's group went through and had no issues. We went through, and we at some point inside the canyon got hit. Well, as the serial exited the canyon, the first vehicle ended up engaging the Pat, the AMF soldier, O'Neill, and the whole that whole serial on the top right side, which was an entire squad in a village. By the time we pulled up, it was all said and done. So we pull up, and I'm just sitting down at the bottom. So after all that stuff happens, we ended up slowly working our way through, and I found out about 45 minutes later that Pat had died, and they didn't tell me how. They just told me, I asked them, where's Pat? Because I just didn't know where he was, and I didn't think about it at all. And then I just didn't hear him, and Pat's a very, you always know where Till is, And so I asked one of my NCOs, I said, where's Pat? And he wouldn't answer. Asked him again, he told me. And about 5 minutes after that, they picked Pat up in a helicopter and took him away. Then they picked me up about an hour and a half later and took me away. And from that point, I was I wasn't with Pat's body, but I was in Salerno, then Bagram, and eventually I went back with Pat's body, or I assume it was Pat's body, to Germany, then to Dover, then back to San Jose, California. And then I found out about a month and 2 days later that it was in fact Fratricide that got him, and it wasn't the enemy.
At the time of the shooting, when you asked what had happened, do you recall what the exact wording was that that they shared with you? Do you remember?
It was very nebulous. Pat was running. He was outside by a village. He was running up a hill, and he got essentially got shot dead on. And it made sense in my head because to the right, I mean, we were surrounded by hills, so it was real. There wasn't a lot of specifics to it, but I didn't really, just when that stuff happens, it's tough to process a lot of that stuff anyway. So it's like, okay, and your focus is the fact that they're gone, and that's your focus. And it was told very general. Yeah, he was with O'Neill. O'Neill told me he was they were running up the hill and they got shot. O'Neill was told not to tell me, and so I got a general. Private O'Neill was the one with Pat. He was told not to say anything, as I called him, like, who was with Pat. I wanted to at least find out who was with him. I spoke with O'Neill. He told me generally what happened, but he eliminated pretty much everything. He just gave me a brief little synopsis, and that was that. I didn't press him very hard for whatever reason, and then I found out about a month and 2 days later.
Thank you, Mr. Honda. Mr. Mitchell, we're pleased to have you with us and recognize you.
Thank you very much. I am not a member of this committee, and I want to thank the chairman for allowing me the opportunity to sit with this distinguished committee. And I appreciate the committee taking up this important matter. And Ms. Lynch, thank you for being here. Mrs. Tillman and Mr. Tillman, thank you for being here. I wanted to be at this hearing because this is a case that's important to so many Americans, and especially to my district, which includes Tempe and Arizona State University. It's important to my district because everyone there felt like they knew Pat Tillman, even though they had never met him. He was one of the most popular Sun Devil football players. We appreciated his toughness on the field, and we were happy he stayed in Arizona to play in the NFL. We're especially proud when he and Kevin joined the Army. So it strikes a chord at home to think that the Army could have treated his memory and his family in the way that they did. Most of the questions that I had have been answered or asked during this hearing. But I think what's really important is that as we read and listen to this, we understand that there are regulations that were not followed, there were mistakes that were made, but to have a complete investigation, I think what is really important and what we're all after is why did it happen? Why were the regulations not followed? Why were the mistakes made? And it seems as a result of that that there happens to be a lot of questions that you have said that need to be answered. I appreciate so much you being here, and my condolences and my sympathy and my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Let me thank you all very much for being here. We have
Can I finish my Abizade story, please?
Yes.
It's very important to me.
Yes, please.
General Abizade said, if I may go back, that he was in Iraq at the time that the P4 message was sent. And on the Pentagon website, there is an article, and there's a press release where, Abizade was actually in Qatar on April 30th. And in that piece, he makes mention of the fact that the day before, April 29th, that he was in Afghanistan visiting Pat's platoon leader. Pat's platoon leader was shot in the face in the same exchange of fire. And at that time, the platoon leader really didn't know that he was killed by or wounded by friendly fire or fratricide. And so that's kind of the excuse, I guess, Abizade has given or other people have given to indicate, oh, well, even though he was in Afghanistan, Lieutenant Uthlad didn't know he was wounded by friendly fire, therefore he couldn't have told Abizade. Well, I contend that almost every soldier in Afghanistan at that point knew Pat had been killed by fratricide. So the idea that they wouldn't tell, Abizaid what was going on if he didn't already know is ridiculous. And Abizaid at the time was dealing with Iraq that was an absolute nightmare. The fact that he would go to Afghanistan to visit a lieutenant that's wounded is kind of suspicious. I mean, why would he do that? I'm sure Abizaid was not that concerned about Pat. I mean, he's got other things to worry about. But he would be concerned about Pat knowing he was killed by friendly fire or fratricide. I mean, that would make a huge difference. And that could explain why he was there. And I don't know if he talked to Uthlat on the phone or if he talked to him in person. But it doesn't really matter. The fact that Abizaid was in Afghanistan on that day indicates to me that he probably knew that Pat was killed by friendly fire. I just want to make that very clear.
Well, what you're saying underscores the reason that you're all before us in this panel, because your cases illustrate the fact that stories were put out that were not true, they were put out deliberately, and that we still don't know how far up this went. We don't know what the Secretary of Defense knew. We don't know what the White House knew. These are questions the committee seeks answers to. What we do know is that this was not a series of accidents, these stories. They were calculatedly put out for a public relations purpose, and they lingered out there for a very long time, and even now there seems to be, as they say, a cover-up to try to prevent us from all knowing what actually happened in all of the circumstances. I think this testimony is not just important to you, but it's important to all of us. And I thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. We have a second panel that we want to hear from, but I'm going to call a recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene the hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott. I wish I could stay. Not right now. It's a long way back. I don't know. I'm not sure. Traffic. It's not so far.
We'd like to ask people to take their seats and ask the witnesses to come forward. For our second panel today, we have Thomas F. Gimbel, the Acting Inspector General, Department of Defense. Inspector General Gimbel will discuss the IG's recent report on Corporal Tillman's death and address some of the continuing questions concerning the military's handling of Jessica Lynch's story. Brigadier General Rodney Johnson is the Commanding General of the United States Army Criminal Investigations Command, CID. He will discuss Army CID's report addressing the circumstances surrounding Corporal Tillman's death. Army Specialist Brian O'Neill was an eyewitness to Corporal Tillman's death and has personal knowledge of many of the issues that the DoD IG investigated. Senior Chief Petty Officer Stephen White is a Navy SEAL who became friends with Corporal Tillman when the two fought alongside each other in Iraq. Senior Chief White spoke at Corporal Tillman's memorial service on May 3, 2004. Lieutenant Colonel John Robinson served as spokespersons for the U.S. Army Central Command, CENTCOM, when the story of Ms. Lynch's kidnapping and rescue unfolded in March and April of 2003. I want to welcome all of you to our hearing today. It's the practice of this committee that all witnesses are put under oath, so I'd like to ask if you would to stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. The record will reflect that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Let's start with Mr. Gimbel. As you know, there's a button on the base of the mic.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear to discuss our review of the issues concerning the death of Corporal Patrick Tillman and the rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. The Army Inspector General, as well as members of Congress, asked my office to review the circumstances of Corporal Tillman's death, and we separated that review into two parts. The Army CID reviewed the facts up to and through the incident itself, while we reviewed the events after the incident. Our review focused on three areas: the adequacy of the investigations, notification of next of kin, and the accuracy of the documentation to support the award of the Silver Star. There were three sequential Army Regulation 15-6 investigations into the death of Corporal Tillman, occurring at battalion, regimental, and command levels. Each investigation established the basic facts of Corporal Tillman's death: that it was caused by friendly fire, that the occupants of one vehicle in Corporal Tillman's platoon were responsible, and that those occupants misidentified friendly forces as hostile. Each of the three investigations of Corporal Tillman's death, however, were deficient and thereby contributed to the inaccuracies, the misunderstandings, and the perceptions of concealment. Those deficiencies are detailed in my written statement, but include the failure to interview all relevant witnesses, failure to address factual inconsistencies in witness testimony, and drawing conclusions not supported by evidence, and failure to pursue inaccuracies related to the Silver Star. The third investigating officer exacerbated the situation by sharing findings that were not supported by testimony with family members, senior Army officials, and members of Congress. Additionally, we determined that the commander of the Army Special Operations Command misled the third investigating officer in my office when he denied that he knew friendly fire was suspected before the memorial service for Corporal Tillman. The third investigating officer failed to pursue those misrepresentations. With regard to our second area of focus, notification of next of kin, we concluded that responsible Army officials failed to notify the primary next of kin as soon as they reasonably suspected friendly fire. We determined that the regimental commander was accountable for his decision to delay the notification of the primary next of kin, and that the commander of the Army Special Operations Command was also accountable because he was in a position to ensure that the primary next of kin was notified prior to or immediately after Corporal Tillman's memorial service, but decided not to do so. In our final area of focus, the Silver Star, we concluded that responsible officials failed to comply with the Army Military Award Regulation when they submitted a Silver Star recommendation that included inaccurate information and a misleading citation that implied Corporal Tillman died by enemy fire. We determined that the battalion, the regimental, and joint task force commanders are accountable for the inaccurate recommendation, and that the commanders of the joint task force and the Army Special Operations Command are accountable for the failure to inform the Army Silver Star Approval Authority that some of the circumstances in the recommendation package were under investigation. My office also reviewed the allegations concerning the rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Representatives Rahm Emanuel and Louise Slaughter requested an investigation following the allegations that were reported by the British Broadcasting Corporation that the rescue of PFC Lynch was a premeditated fabrication. In coordination with the Inspector General of the Joint Staff, we tasked the Inspector General of the Central Command to conduct an inquiry. The Inspector General of the Central Command determined, and we concur, that the allegations were not substantiated. No evidence was found that the rescue was a staged media event. The operation constituted a valid mission to recover a U.S. POW under combat conditions. The rescue was filmed by a combat cameraman and a member of the U.S. Special Operations Forces in accordance with standard procedures. The U.S. Special Operations Forces routinely film high-priority missions. There were no public affairs personnel involved in the planning or the filming of the operation. The Central Command Inspector General also found no evidence of any U.S. military member exhibited inappropriate or dishonorable behavior in connection with the PSC Lynch rescue mission. During the mission, the U.S. Special Operations Forces received enemy fire from the hospital building, surrounding complex, and nearby areas. They followed the tactics, techniques, and procedures and rules of engagement relevant to the mission. The Central Command IG further found no indication that any service member was acting for the camera during the rescue mission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today and to address our investigations concerning the death of Corporal Tillman and the rescue of Private Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gimbel. Brigadier General Johnson.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members. I'm Brigadier General Rod Johnson, Provost Marshal General and Commanding General of Criminal Investigations Division. Before I read my prepared statement, I would like to offer my sincere and deepest sympathies to the entire Tillman family. As a father with 2 kids currently in the military, a son that's currently deployed to Baghdad, and a daughter who's getting ready to deploy for her 2nd time to Baghdad, I cannot begin to imagine the pain and grief they have felt over the last 3 years. And I simply offer my personal condolences for their loss. And to Ms. Lynch, don't know if she's still in here or not, but I just wanted to thank her for her courage and her continued service. The U.S. Army Criminal Investigations Command opened a criminal investigation on March 6, 2006, at the request of the Department of Defense Office of the Inspector General to determine if there was any criminality involved in the April 22, 2004 death of Corporal Patrick Tillman, A Company, 2nd Battalion, 75th Regiment, and an Afghanistan Military Forces soldier, and in the wounding of 2 other U.S. soldiers. On 19 March 2007, we completed our investigation and forwarded the results to the DoD IG. During the course of our very extensive and detailed investigation, we found that deaths were caused by members of the Ranger Unit. The investigation determined the members of the unit in question split into 2 sections, referred to as Serial 1 and Serial 2. The killed and wounded soldiers belonged to Serial 1. The investigation found that members of Serial 2 did not commit the offenses of negligent homicide or aggravated assault. It was determined that Corporal Tillman and the AMF soldier were killed when members of Serial 2, believing they were under enemy fire, returned fire at what they thought were enemy combatants. Under extreme circumstances and in a very compressed time frame, we believe that members of Serial 2 had a reasonable belief that the death or harm was about to be inflicted on them, and they believed it was necessary to defend themselves. The investigation also found and documented additional contributors to the incident to include poor visibility, a lack of communications between the 2 serials, unexpected presence of the AMF soldier, and the residual effects of the weapons fire from the start of the ambush. Prior to this incident, AMF soldiers were not integrated or trained as fire team members in this Ranger unit's operations. The investigation provided substantial evidence to substantiate the incident surrounding Corporal Tillman's and the AMF soldier's death, as well as the injuries sustained by the other 2 U.S. soldiers, and that they were caused by members of their own unit. I can assure you that my command investigated this incident with a tremendous degree of specificity and left no lead unturned. 7 CID special agents and 2 crime lab examiners from the U.S. Army Criminal Investigations Lab deployed to Afghanistan 17 to 29 April to conduct an extensive death scene examination. Accompanying the agents into Afghanistan were 2 of the soldiers who were eyewitnesses to the events on 22 April 2004 when Corporal Tillman was killed. While in Afghanistan, more than 80 interviews were conducted to include identifying and interviewing an Afghan doctor who allegedly passed information to the Rangers prior to the incident, identifying and interviewing the local truck driver who accompanied the Rangers, and determining the identity of the Afghanistan soldier who was also killed in the incident. In addition to the interviews, forensic processing of the death scene included video reenactments, rock and soil samples from Corporal Tillman's position, and trajectory analysis. In total, CID conducted more than 200 interviews worldwide and processed numerous pieces of evidence to the crime lab for analysis. Our final report is thorough, it's detailed, at over 1,100 pages in length. That concludes my statement, and I'll be prepared to take questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before we hear from Specialist O'Neill, let me ask the audience to recognize that you are an audience, not a participant in this hearing. So we'd like to ask you not to refrain from any kind of demonstrations. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I would like to thank you for allowing me to come here today and speak on behalf of Corporal Pat Tillman. I would like to say that I joined the Army in June of 2003, and by December of 2003, I was assigned to 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment. I found myself under direction of Corporal Pat Tillman. He was my team leader up into the point where he was killed. After that, I stayed with 275 until December of this past year, and now I'm currently assigned to 4th Battalion, Ranger Training Brigade. And I would thank you for allowing myself to be here.
Going to answer questions. You're here to answer questions primarily.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Senior Chief Petty Officer Stephen White. You can pull the microphone over a little bit if it's more convenient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I will be hopefully clarifying through questions by information I was given the morning of the memorial that for the original write-up of my friend and Pat Tillman's Silver Star.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant Colonel Robinson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I am Lieutenant Colonel John Robinson, Chief of the Media Services Division in the Soldiers Media Center as part of Army Public Affairs here in Washington. I was assigned to Central Command Public Affairs from June 2002 until July 2005. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
I want to start with you, Specialist O'Neill, and I want to thank you for being here to testify about these events. I know they must be difficult for you to revisit, but we've asked you here for a number of reasons, one of which is to find out exactly what happened to Pat Tillman on April 22nd, 2004, 3 years ago this week. You were there. You were a first-hand witness. In fact, you were the last person to see Pat Tillman alive. Let me begin by asking you about the events leading up to the shooting. When the platoon split up, you were part of the front group referred to as Serial 1, which is the same group Corporal Tillman was with. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had an Afghan soldier with you as well. Is that right?
The Afghan soldier, after the ambush, and Corporal Tillman and I dismounted our GMVs and started to assault the enemy position, that's when I discovered the Afghan militiaman had dismounted with us, but he was not in our GMV that we were riding in, sir.
Okay. You were positioned on a ridge overlooking the road on which the other half of the platoon, Serial 2, was traveling. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe why your team was positioned on that particular ridge?
Well, Pat and myself and the AMF soldier, when we dismounted and started moving towards the position where we finally ended up being in, had direction, I believe, from the squad leader that was from a different squad, who was also in the GMV I was riding in, had basically directed us to go along that side of the ridge, and they were covering the other side, and that's, to my knowledge, of why we were in that position. Myself, being a private at the time, I was just following my team leader, and where he went, I went there and tried to go there faster, sir.
I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but I would like you to tell us, in your own words, what happened right before and after Corporal Tillman was killed. Walk us through this in as much detail as you can recall. What was Corporal Tillman doing at the time? Was he trying to signal that this might be friendly fire? Was he signaling with his arms? Was he yelling? What was he saying? Could you just tell us about it?
Yes, sir. When we moved into our final position, Pat and I and the Afghan militiamen had decided, or Pat decided, that we were going to continue to assault, and he wanted further guidance from the squad leader that was controlling our element. So he left myself and the AMF soldier, and when he returned, he basically let me know that we were going to continue moving in the route that we were. And before he was able to finish telling me what our plan was, we had started to receive fire from a GMV. At first, it was short, sporadic. I didn't really understand what was happening. I looked and saw that it was friendly fire coming towards us. Pat asked me basically what was going on, and I let him know. And it didn't take long before those in the GMV who were stopped at the time to dismount and open up on us with the .50 caliber machine gun and the .240 Bravo machine gun, and basically shot at us in waves or bursts of rounds. At that time, I felt myself become limp, and I got down. I had no cover, and there was nothing blocking my sight watching the people at the Humvee shooting at us. I know Pat was able to get himself behind some cover, but it was not much. I basically was yelling, waving from on the ground as much as I could, and I believe Pat was too at the time because he was behind me. And talking to him, yelling, screaming, trying to figure out what was going on, when he told me he had a plan, and he, at the time I thought, popped a pen gun flare, to signal the troops down in the GMV that we were friendlies, but I later discovered he had popped a smoke grenade. And after he had done that, the firing ceased in the truck. So we had both believed at that time that the shooting was over and that they had recognized us as friendlies. And we both stood up, faced each other, was kind of wondering, hey, what just happened there? Wow, it was an accident, luckily, we're both still alive. It didn't take long after that, sir, before they moved into a better position, as I said, in the GMV and started shooting at us again. And at that time, both of us had gotten down. I was watching them do that, and I could hear Pat calling, stop shooting, Pat effing Tillman, stop shooting, over and over and over again. And I could hear the pain that he had in his voice. So I had known that he was hurt at that time. And it abruptly stopped with him calling for help. And it wasn't too long after that before the truck had moved out. So I laid on my side for a while, wondering what had just happened because I was young and I didn't really understand. When I discovered there was a large pool of blood forming up around me.
Did you have any doubt at that time that it was friendly fire that killed Pat Tillman?
No, sir, I'm 100% positive that was friendly fire.
And who was the first person you informed that the attack may have been a friendly fire shooting?
The very first person I informed was right after I got up and checked on Pat and discovered he was dead. The squad leader I called for came to my position, and I believe he knew, but when our medic came up to come assist us, he asked what happened, and I tried to let him know.
Who is he? Can you identify the name?
That would be Sergeant Anderson.
Sergeant Anderson.
And he basically asked me what happened. I tried to let him know, but our squad leader told me basically just don't say anything at that time. And later on that night, the first person I definitely told would be Specialist Pedro Areola. We were inside the little village where we were being, where we had set up position in, and pulling security on the personnel that lived in that village. And he asked me point blank, do you know what happened? And I informed him, yes, this was friendly fire, sir.
Did you inform First Sergeant Thomas Fuller?
Yes, I did, sir. I informed him later that night that it was friendly fire.
And how about Command Sergeant Alfred Birch?
Yes, sir. He knew at the time, sir.
And how about, you said Sergeant Ward you did inform?
I do not believe I told Sergeant Ward. I was pretty incoherent at that time. I was going into shock, I believe.
How about Sergeant Jackson?
Sergeant Jackson, I definitely told that it was friendly fire, sir.
Okay. Now, let me turn to the Inspector General. Mr. Gimbel, according to your report on April 23, Sergeant Fuller and Sergeant Birch told Captain William Saunders and Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bailey that they suspected fratricide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that Colonel Bailey then told Colonel James Nixon, who in turn told Major General Stanley McChrystal, commander of the Joint Task Force. Is that right?
Correct.
And you found that General McChrystal informed Brigadier General Howard Yellen, the Deputy Commander of the Army Special Operations Command, and all of these communications happened no later than April 25th. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, 2025, yes.
Your report states that General Yellen then contacted Philip Kensinger, a Lieutenant General and the Commander of the Army's Special Operations Command, and told him of the potential fratricide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Specialist O'Neill, let me return to you. As we indicated here, you reported this incident, as you should have, then went up the chain of command, and within 72 hours, at least 9 military officials knew or were informed that Pat Tillman's death was a fratricide, including at least 3 generals. Given that so many people in the military were informed so quickly that this was fratricide, does it trouble you that the Tillman family was kept in the dark about this for another month?
Yes, sir, it does. I wanted right off the bat to let the family know what had happened, especially Kevin, because I worked with him in the platoon, and I knew that him and the family both needed, or all needed to know what had happened. And I was quite appalled that when I was actually able to speak with Kevin, I was ordered not to tell him what happened, sir.
You were ordered not to tell them?
Roger that, sir.
By whom?
At that time, it was by our battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Bailey, sir.
And did he give you a reason or just an order?
He basically just said, sir, that do not let Kevin know that he's probably in a bad place knowing his brother's dead. And he made it known that I would get in trouble, sir, if I spoke with Kevin on it being fratricide, sir.
Mr. O'Neill, you were also not just an eyewitness, but you were also involved in writing a statement that was used to award Corporal Tillman the Silver Star. But serious questions have now been raised about whether someone tampered with your statement. Let me start by asking you whether you remember the point in time when you were asked to write down your recollections of that day.
I couldn't tell you an exact date, sir, of when I was actually told to sit down behind a computer and type up what I can remember, but I do remember actually doing it, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to recognize my colleagues. I did want to pursue that. Perhaps they might in their questions as well. Mr. Clay, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me go to Inspector General Gimbel. Since March of 2003, there have been 70 female soldiers killed in action in Iraq. 22 of them have been listed as non-combat related deaths. 4 of those casualties were from Missouri. One of them, Private Lavina Johnson, was my constituent. Her parents have been requesting additional information regarding the circumstances of her death for almost 2 years. This week, at my request and on behalf of the Johnson family, this committee has issued a letter to the Department of Defense seeking key information that has yet to be provided. That request includes a CD containing the original photos from the criminal investigation into Private Johnson's death and the original autopsy photos, missing medical records from Private Johnson's file, all psychological evaluations that may have been made of Private Johnson, and the identity of the lead investigator into her death. Inspector General, can you assure this committee that our request will be acted on with all deliberate speed and that the Army will make a maximum effort to provide us with full disclosure of this information?
Mr. Congressman, I haven't seen the request. We typically, if it goes through Army channels, we're not involved in it. If it comes through the DOD IG channels, they will do the things necessary to try to expedite that release of information as appropriate.
Okay, this is to the Acting Secretary of the Army. Will you have any involvement with that request?
Actually, the Army will take care of that, and unless there's some other reason that it just goes through Army channels rather than DOD IG channels.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. Let me go to Senior Chief White. Thank you for being here today. You were the only active member of the Armed Forces who spoke at Corporal Pat Tillman's May 3rd memorial service. How did you know Pat Tillman?
I had worked with him at the beginning of the Iraq War.
And how was it that you were asked to participate in the memorial service?
When I heard about Pat's death, I called the family. Kevin had called me back, and I told him that I was going to try to make it out for the memorial. 2 days later, I got a call from the organizers of the memorial asking me if I would do a speech, if I would be a speaker, and that request came from Kevin and Marie.
From the family?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to play a video clip from the remarks you made at Corporal Tillman's memorial.
He made the call. He dismounted his troops, taking the fight to the enemy uphill to seize the tactical high ground from the enemy. This gave his brothers in the downed vehicle time to move off that target. He directly saved their lives with that move. Pat sacrificed himself so his brothers could live.
Thank you so much. You were not with Corporal Tillman in Afghanistan when he was killed, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Then how did you become aware of the details surrounding his death?
The initial sporadic stuff that I got was from Kevin himself. The morning of the memorial, I don't recall exactly how I got word, but I knew that they wanted me to present or let the family know that he was going to be presented with the Silver Star. In order to do that in the presentation, I wanted to basically surmise what had happened on the target site. I called an enlisted person whose name I cannot recall. I believe he was with the 75th Ranger Battalion. The morning of, he read the citation to me over the phone. I summarized in my own words, asked him if that was an accurate summarization. He said it was, and that's what I went with in my speech.
Thank you very much for that. And for my last question, Mr. Chairman, Brigadier General Johnson, you heard the question that I asked the Inspector General. I believe that this issue comes before you about Private First Class Lavinia Johnson. Are you familiar with the Freedom of Information request that I've sent forward?
No, I'm not. Have not seen that request yet.
Can we count on the Army to deal with this issue?
As soon as we get that request, we will process it.
You will process it. Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clay. Mr. Braley?
Thank you. Specialist O'Neill, thank you for appearing today. In addition to being an eyewitness to Corporal Tillman's death and reporting this incident up the chain of command, you were also involved in writing a statement that was used to award Corporal Tillman the Silver Star. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And now we are aware of serious questions that have been raised as to whether someone tampered with your statement. Let me start by asking you whether you remember the point in time where you were asked to write down your recollections of that day.
I can't say I remember the exact point in time where I was informed that I would be writing up a witness statement towards what happened. I just remember having my platoon sergeant at the time tell me that I was going to be writing up a statement on what happened for an award for Pat, sir.
But can you give us some general time frame in the sequence of events you've been discussing here today to give us some context into when that request was made by your platoon sergeant?
I would say a general time frame, probably the 26th or 27th of April. We didn't get back to Salerno for a few days after Pat was killed. So as soon as we got back to Salerno, that's when I was advised or asked to write the statement, sir.
And I've been involved in 23 years of being an attorney and having witnesses prepare statements. Was this a situation where they gave you a sheet of paper and told you to write down in your own words your best recollection of the events that had happened, or did someone prepare a statement for you to review and sign?
What happened, sir, was I got sat behind a computer and I was told to type up my recollection of what happened. And as soon as I was done typing, I was relieved to go back to my platoon, sir, and that was the last I heard of it.
So when you finished typing your statement, it was in a digital format that had not been printed out, is that correct?
Roger that, sir.
And so no one printed it out and asked you to review it and verify it and sign it at the time it was originally drafted by you?
No, sir.
So at any time, did you ever sign in your handwriting a statement that you had reviewed and verified the authenticity of?
Negative, sir.
Now I want to ask you about the statement that was ultimately used in the Silver Star Commendation. This version of the statement says the following, quote, Corporal Tillman moved us into a position where we would be safe from enemy rounds. To the best of your recollection, did you write this sentence?
That sentence sounds like something I would have wrote, sir.
And where were the enemy rounds?
We weren't taking direct enemy rounds, sir, at that time, but we moved into a position where if we would have been, we would have been safe, sir.
Did Corporal Tillman shield you from enemy rounds at any time?
Negative, sir.
This version of the statement also says you, quote, engaged the enemy very successfully, end quote, that the enemy moved most of their attention to your position, which, quote, drew a lot of fire from them. Did you write these sentences claiming that you were engaged with the enemy?
No, sir.
Do you know who made the changes to your statement to make it appear as if you were receiving fire from the enemy rather than from your own platoon?
No, sir.
Mr. Gimbel, the Inspector General's office investigated these alterations to the witnesses' statements and flagged these differences as well. But in the course of your investigation, did you ever discover who specifically changed this language and why that language was changed?
Let me just say this, is that the citations that we got were part of the package that we got out of the General Jones investigation, and they were not signed. It just had stamped as original signed, and our investigators went back to Specialist O'Neill and the sergeant and said, did you write these? And they said no, that they did not, okay, that there was parts of it that was accurate, parts of it that were inaccurate. We were unable to determine who in the chain of command actually did the alterations of it, so we concluded that when people approved those statements or those citations based on those statements, being the battalion, regimental, and joint task force commanders, that they were accountable for the misstatements and inaccuracies.
Well, I have been through my father's service records from when he served on Iwo Jima, and there are signatures on almost every documentation of anything he did during the entire time he was enlisted. Is it your understanding that this practice of taking unsigned statements in support of a commendation recommendation is standard operating procedure within the Army?
I would not believe it is, but I would only point out that Silver Star, there actually does not have to be valorous witness statements at the time this occurred. It can just be a citation.
Well, did you ever determine in the course of your investigation who, out of all the possible people who had contact with that statement, would have been the most likely person to have made alterations to the statement originally prepared by Specialist O'Neill?
Actually, no, we could not determine that. I could speculate, but I just prefer not to. It's somewhere in the approval chain that it got edited, and so we really can't pin a face to the actual who did the keyboard changes on it. So that left us the only action we had after that is when you sign up on something, like when I sign something in my office, I'm assuming responsibility for it, the accuracy, and I hold myself accountable. So when you have the signatures on those citations and recommendations, they become accountable for it.
As part of your investigation, did you ever bring in an IT specialist to look at the hard drive on that computer or any other computer that document had been placed upon to determine who had access to the computer and was responsible for the alteration?
We got this as a hard copy printout and a part of the investigative package from the General Jones investigation.
So did you ever determine the computers that it had been on and who had
No.
access?
No, we did not.
Do you think that would be a sensible follow-up part of an investigation, looking into who might have been responsible for altering a document of this magnitude?
It would be a good thing, but the issue would be that it was 2 years before in theater, and we were, I'm not sure we could ever track the computer down. It would be,
Well, we wouldn't know that unless we actually tried to track it down, would we?
we wouldn't.
Specialist O'Neill, I want to give you the opportunity to follow up on a response you were making in response to Mr. Waxman, and I think he had to cut you off to keep the hearing moving, but you were talking about after the shooting whether or not Corporal Tillman was dead immediately, and then you had to stop your narrative of that. Would you continue with your narrative of what you were saying at the time?
Yeah, that's not a problem, sir. Well, I started off, at that time I was on the ground, and I noticed blood pooling up around me, and at that time I had thought that I was shot. So I started communicating with Pat, not realizing he had passed away, asking him if he had been okay. And I had no response, and the blood was, there was a lot of blood everywhere, and I was starting to get really worried. So when I could finally get my body to move, I stood up and turned around and looked at Pat, and he was slumped back on the ground, covered in blood. And I went up to his position, I grabbed him, and realized at that time that he had been shot in the head, and there wasn't much left of him. After that, I kind of blinked out. The next thing I remember was Sergeant Ward, who was part of 3rd Squad, telling me to pick up my helmet, and I didn't even remember taking it off, putting me on security, getting me to move out of the ridge line that we were in. And I just have little chunks of my memory will come back and then will go away. Basically, that's the end of the night when I'm standing on the side of a building pulling security, and the regimental Sergeant Major Birch, comes up to me and asks me if I'm all right. And after that, next thing I remember being inside a room pulling security on the local personnel and telling Specialist Ariola that Pat had been killed by friendly fire, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. Ms. McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Specialist O'Neill, for being here today and for, I'm sure, relating very painful memories as well as painful testimony, the circumstances you find yourself here, as Mr. Braley pointed out, having your name attached to a document that you did not write. I would like to ask this of Mr. Gimbel and Lieutenant Colonel Robinson. Can either of you tell me how many videos have been taken of missions such as Jessica Lynch's? How many videos have been taken?
How many? I don't understand the question.
How many video teams have, in either the Iraqi theater or the Afghani theater, how many videos have been taken of these this type of mission? Because the Inspector General says this is rather routine, so I'm sure you can tell me how many videos have been taken.
There was innumerable. During the briefing that was provided from Qatar during the initial days of Operation Iraqi Freedom, there are visuals of various different types coming in from many different directions and sources and platforms, to include weapons video, public affairs people, combat journalists, etc.
So this wasn't a classified. This wasn't classified then. If it was given to the news.
The video itself.
Yeah.
And we're talking, the video for Jessica Lynch was provided to us from a special operations unit, and when we received it at the press briefing center, it had already been edited to a large degree. My belief was that they had already cleaned it of anything that was in the video that was classified.
To the Inspector General, Can you tell me, if you know, Special Forces, how routine this is and how often they're cleaned up and given to the media?
I don't have a count on that because it's, I'm told that it's a routine procedure, but I don't really have a count on it. I hadn't looked at how many times it occurs.
So you're doing an investigation. If somebody tells you it's routine, you don't go any further?
We didn't do the investigation. The Central Command IG did the investigation.
Okay, well, I have something that's on here, and I'll check with later on, but it says the statement of Mr. Thomas Gimbel, Acting Inspector General, so I'll figure out where page 10 came from later. Can you tell me how high up this investigation went? I can't find in this report every single person that you spoke with. I mean, anybody in the Pentagon, Mr. Rumsfeld obviously referred to the Tillman case. How high up the chain of command did you go? Or should I ask, how high up the chain of command were you allowed to go?
We actually had a letter. We didn't interview the Secretary, but we had a letter requesting information which he provided on about the day he left the department. And then it dealt specifically with the P4 issue. We interviewed General Abizade, General Brown, and all the generals that we've identified in the report as being accountable. And we interviewed over 100 people. So to the P4 message, if that was the question as to how high that went, according to what we have is that it went to General Brown. He looked at it, and he was the commander of Special Operations Command, but he was not in the chain of command, so he acknowledged that he received it but did nothing with it. The General Kinsinger was the commander of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, and he received it and was the senior representative at the memorial service, and that's where we held him accountable in our report, saying you should have informed the family because you reasonably suspected friendly fire. We interviewed General Abizade, and there's just detail in the report, but he had a P4 message, but he was in theater, and it didn't catch up to him until after the memorial service.
Is everybody you speak to under oath?
All the ones that we speak to in an interview were under oath, yes.
So General Abizade was under oath?
He was under oath.
And did you talk to anybody in communications in the Pentagon to find out how high up people knew about this and knew about when it went from friendly fire and when they found out because I'm assuming that there were an awful lot of people involved in putting together this memorial service because they knew that the high attention it was going to get. So I'm wondering if you talked to everybody involved in the memorial service and how high up it went as far as people knowing about the friendly fire and the Silver Star.
Maybe let me clarify one at a time. Let me clarify the notification. What happened is when the event occurred on April 22nd, the notification next to Ken went out as hostile fire, and I think that's on record. What occurred shortly thereafter, when within the next day or so, that when they determined that fratricide was suspected, the proper way to have handled that was to put a supplementary notification report in, which would have changed the notification from hostile fire to unknown pending outcome of the investigation. That simply was not done. Now, there was a very close whole group, as best we can tell, that really knew that there was a friendly fire was suspected. And when I'm talking in terms of the chain of command.
But at the memorial service, you stated that the senior officer that spoke had every indication that was not correct.
Absolutely,
and there was no one, no senior DOD Department of Defense person representing the Secretary's office. There was nobody higher up there that knew what was going on. Did you investigate to find out if they knew?
We went to the Secretary of Defense in writing and asked what he knew and when he knew, and we got a letter back from him dated December 15, 2006, and basically said that he was unaware until sometime in the May 20th time frame and that basically kind of ties in with when the 15-6s
So you didn't, when I asked you if everybody was under oath, you didn't speak directly.
We did that in letter. He was not under oath. That part was in letter.
How long did it take him to respond back to your letter? Because it usually takes me 6 to 9 months to get an answer back.
Well, he responded on about the day he left, so I think we had actually put it over there about 2 weeks. I need to get back to you on the specific time when we went over and asked, but it was not 6 months. Because when we did the investigation, we came from the bottom up on it, as we interviewed, we started with the more junior people, and we interviewed up till we got the senior levels, and he was kind of the last person that filled in that gap for us.
Well, who's been held accountable for all these bad reports that you stated?
We referred those back to the United States Army. We identified the 9 people in the report, provided those back, and then they have that down under I guess the right term is inquiry. The Commanding General of the Training Doctoration Command, General Wallace, has been tasked with the Acting Secretary of the Army to assess all the facts based on the data that both we gathered and also what General Johnson's review gathered. And they're determining, we determine accountability. They're going to determine culpability if
You determined accountability.
Right. On page 59 of the report in our conclusions, we lay those out.
Well, it sounds to me from just gleaning through this report and all that it was pretty obvious that these reports weren't done right. Witnesses weren't spoken to, whatever. I would like, in final, to ask you about a news article, CBS Washington News. It appeared on April 20th, 2007. It talks about a specialist, Jade Lane, and he laid in a hospital bed in Afghanistan recovering from gunshot wounds inflicted by the same fellow ranger who shot at Tillman. Amid his shock and grief, Lane said he noticed guards were posted on him. Quote, "I thought it was strange," Lane recalled. Later he said he learned of the reasons for their persistence. The news media were sniffing around, and Lane's superiors, and this is Lane's own words, quote, "did not want anyone talking to us." Did you talk to anybody about the security that was placed on people who were part of the unit that was fired on?
Did not.
You didn't?
No.
Well, sir, in my opinion, and I will take the time to read this from cover to cover, I have to say I wasn't impressed with the investigations that you reviewed. You weren't impressed with them, and I'm not impressed with yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Just before I recognize Mr. Sarbanes, I want to ask you this question. We start off our hearing about an email from the White House asking for information for the President to use at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And there's a P4 memo that you're familiar with. Do you know whether that memo ever went to the White House?
We think the P4 memo stopped with the 3 generals that were on it. It didn't go any further. We went and asked Secretary of Defense through the letter if he was aware of that information, and we got a negative response back. So it's my belief that or based on what we've determined through sworn testimony, is that John Brown saw it before the memorial service, was aware of it, and did nothing with it. He wasn't in the chain of command. Lieutenant General Kinzinger was aware of it, and he represented as a senior DOD official at the memorial service and chose not to share that information with the family. We held him accountable for that, and that's part of the referral.
Do you know if there was a response to the email sent from the White House?
I'm not aware of that's kind of the public affairs chain of command, and this didn't, the message I see here was the question that, do you have background on why Corporal Tillman joined the Army, and that wasn't really a part of what we were looking at.
So you didn't review the public affairs documents?
This one,
which would have shown that there was if there was an answer to the White House email.
I don't know that there was an answer to this specific thing. We were looking at the P4 message, and we know that
right.
From what we can
I understand what you said, but what I've asked you is the White House sent an email asking for information for the President to use in his speech, and I asked you whether you knew whether there was a response to that email.
We didn't look at that. It was in the Jones investigation, and we didn't see it as an open issue.
still an open issue?
No, we said we did not see it as an open issue.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, of course, is that 2 days later, after the email was sent, the President spoke of Pat Tillman at the Correspondents' Dinner, and he was very careful not to mention how he was killed. And, of course, the P4 memo said exactly that. Be careful to not talk about how Pat Tillman was killed. Mr. Sarbanes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gimbel, I'm trying, as Representative McCollum was a moment ago, to get my head around the investigations that occurred right after the incident and then from that point forward. And obviously, the death of this brave soldier was a tragedy, but the travesty is then what followed very quickly, which can only be viewed as a kind of impulse to cover up basically what had happened. And I was looking through your prepared testimony again, and you talk about you say that the errors in reporting within the chain of command bear ultimate responsibility for whether the chain of command bears ultimate responsibility for the inaccuracies, misunderstandings, and perceptions of concealment that led to our review. After your review, do you think this is a situation where we're dealing with a perception of concealment or actual concealment?
Of course, if you're asking me my opinion, I think it was not a well-handled after the fact. The Army did not handle this very well. I think they recognize that. I don't see that it was a cover-up, because the investigations, what the failure was to share with the family. The investigations pretty much right off the start all concluded the same thing, that it was a friendly fire incident. Okay, there was some mistakes made on how they appointed the investigating officers. There was some less than a lot of the people that should have been interviewed were not interviewed. It just, you know, the rules and regulations for the protection of evidence were not followed. We point out all of those issues, all those deficiencies in those investigations, and we've referred that back to the Army to see if there's things that they think. We're saying they're accountable. There are mistakes made. Now, they will make the determination if there's any additional administrative or criminal punishments necessary.
Well, at the ground level, you talk about how the first investigation was deficient, the second investigation was deficient, then there was a third investigation that was deficient. There was a failure to abide by the protocols that would normally be triggered right away in terms of conducting, having a legal investigation into friendly fire death be conducted by the combatant commander, that the regimental commander failed to notify the Army Safety Center of a suspected friendly fire death as required by Army regulation. We take a lot of confidence, or we want to take a lot of confidence, that the Army will act in accordance with the procedures and protocols that govern whatever the circumstance is. And it just kind of strains credulity here that there were 2 and 3 instances of not following the procedures, which makes it hard to believe that after a certain point in time this was accidental, that there wasn't some kind of pressure, or not maybe direct, but atmosphere of indirect pressure being brought to bear. And here's the most interesting thing to me is we've already heard testimony that very quickly the word of this being a friendly fire incident started going up the chain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I mean, within days.
within the next
So you
day.
had people at the highest levels who now knew that this was a highly likely friendly fire incident. And nevertheless, they did not intervene to fix the procedure that was totally out of whack. It was so you had this kind of informal sense of what had happened. Then you have people going through the process, but not going through the process correctly. And there's no attempt by the folks at the higher level to intervene or interrupt this faulty process over here and try to fix it. Is that a correct, at least, description of what was going on?
That's pretty correct. There was knowledge that there was suspected friendly fire. Now the question becomes, it should have been designated as unknown until the investigation was completed, and that they failed to do. I mean, there's no question they failed to follow.
I guess I want to point to three breakdowns. A breakdown in the procedure that should have been implemented right from the start.
Right.
A breakdown in terms of conveying, which correct procedure would have done, conveying it to the family, what had happened. But thirdly, and as troubling, if not more troubling, a breakdown in the sense that people at the highest levels, or much higher levels in any event, knew that the story was different and didn't somehow intervene to try to get this thing back on track, both for the benefit of the Army acting in accordance with its protocols and for the benefit of the family understanding what had really happened.
And I think you'd find our summary in the report that we have the statement that says we found no reasonable explanation for this failure to follow the regulations. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you yield to me, Mr.
Yes,
Sarbanes?
absolutely.
I still want to pursue this question about this P4 memo. The P4 memo was sent to 3 generals, to Kensinger, Abizaid, and Brown. Abizaid said he didn't get it till later. Kensinger got it before the memorial service. And the memo is advising these generals to let the Secretary of State and others know, Secretary of Defense and others know that there may be a problem if they refer to how Pat Tillman was killed. You asked the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Rumsfeld, whether he ever received that P4 memo, and you never asked him personally, but you asked him in writing, and he came back and said no. How is that believable that 3 generals wouldn't send up the chain of command a memo like this?
Well, the addressees on the P4 were the 3 generals, and I can't explain why they chose not to move that up, other than General Kinzinger, as I understand, was wanting to not move forward with the notification until he had all the facts laid out as to whether it was friendly fire or not. There was still that investigation. Those investigations were going on.
And you didn't pursue this further?
Well, what we did is we thought that he actually told us that he didn't know about it until after the ceremony himself, and that's one of the ones that we referred to the Army to look at.
Did you request any documents from Secretary Rumsfeld to verify this
We have a
statement?
letter back from him.
Just a letter?
A letter, correct.
Okay. Mr. Honda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following up on that, Mr. Gimbel, would you submit that letter as a matter of record, please?
We sure will.
The letter from Mr. Rumsfeld. To Mr. Johnson, thank you for saying that you would help Mr. Lacey with the FOI for one of his constituents. We have a parent here from North Dakota that has the same request. Would you accommodate her also?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I mean, we process them as fast as we can.
Thank
I just
you.
haven't seen those.
Okay, Mr. Gimbel, as you know, the Tillman family was not informed of the actual cause of Corporal Tillman's death until 5 weeks after the incident. One critical question here is when Central Command Commander General Abizaid learned that Corporal Tillman had died by friendly fire. On page 24 of your March 26, 07 review matters related to Corporal Tillman's death. You report that General Abizaid told us that there was a delay of 10 to 20 days in his receipt of the message from General McChrystal informing of Corporal Tillman's fratricide. because General Abizade was in Iraq. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. According to recent Associated Press news reports, however, General Abizade visited Afghanistan within a week of the incident in question. It may even have spoken to Corporal Tillman's platoon commander. If this is accurate, then I would find it highly unlikely that General Abizade could have remained unaware of the cause of Corporal Tillman's death. According to the same AP report, however, your spokesman said that investigators did not look into General Abizade's visit to Afghanistan. Mr. Gimbel, were you and or your investigators aware of General Abizade's Afghanistan trip? And if so, I'm extremely perplexed why you would not have looked into this.
We were not aware of the Afghanistan trip on April 29th. I would only submit this, though, is if he talked to the lieutenant. The lieutenant is according to what we have in sworn testimony, was unaware that he was a victim of friendly fire for about 10 days after the incidents, which would put it into May. So I'll have to get back to you on the Abizade trip.
Okay.
I'm
This is a platoon commander that was unaware.
Well, he was injured. He was shot up pretty badly.
But the platoon commander was aware of it.
According to the documentation we have, he was not aware for 10 days that he was a recipient of friendly fire.
The platoon commander.
The platoon commander.
That means he's the commander of the platoon within which this event occurred.
But it also means he got shot, pretty seriously shot.
Not every one of those soldiers who were involved knew.
According to the sworn testimony we have, the lieutenant didn't know for 10 days. He was under the impression that he was a result of hostile fire.
So there was active insulation of information from the platoon commander. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, he was in the hospital, is my understanding. He was very seriously injured.
The platoon commander.
Right.
Okay. Yet, by April 29th, he was able to be visited by the general.
That I'll have to, I'm not aware of that visit, but I don't dispute it.
Okay. The issue about Captain Richard Scott, former commander of headquarters and Headquarters Company, 2nd Ranger Battalion, conducted initial inquiry into the events in question, a report that you had discounted. Is that correct?
What the initial investigation, the battalion commander, or the regimental commander, I'm sorry, determined that it was not sufficient, so they never issued a final report on it. They took the draft work in that. And
did you know the contents and the conclusions of that draft report?
They've reconstructed it. They didn't get a copy of the report because I guess it was destroyed, but they've reconstructed the findings.
Did you know the conclusion of that draft report?
Yes, that it was friendly fire.
Okay. Captain Scott's investigation included taking sworn statements from witnesses nearly immediately after Corporal Tillman's death. In other words, when eyewitnesses' memories were the freshest, regardless of any potential lackings, clearly Captain Scott's report was invaluable. On page 17 of your March 26th review of matters related to Corporal Tillman's death, you note that Captain Scott said that his investigation concluded that there was gross negligence and that he recommended that headquarters further investigate to determine whether there was criminal intent. However, on the same page of your report, you determined that Captain Scott's findings disclosed no mention of gross negligence and no recommendation for further investigation to determine criminal intent. How, Mr. Inspector General, were you able to conclude this since, according to page 14 of your March 26th review, you note that, and I quote, after a wide-ranging effort to include data calls, computer searches, and witness interviews, we were unable to locate an intact copy of CPT, name redacted draft report. How were you able to conclude that?
I think if you go ahead and read on, it'll conclude that we were able to gather the data and the conclusions, pretty much. So we didn't have the exact report, but we had, based on some documentation that we gathered, and we can obviously provide that.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt and Mr.
Just one real quick one.
Well, we're not going to be able to get everybody before the votes.
I'll get back.
I thank the chairman, and first, I want to thank all of you for being here. I was here for the testimony of the first panel, and I had two other places I had to be, including the committee hearing. I want to particularly apologize to you, Specialist O'Neill, for not hearing your story. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your bravery. And Senior Chief White, you love this man, and this probably is very painful for you as well. It's painful for all of you because you're proud of the service and you don't like to screw up. But having said that, what I need to know from a congressional side is, it strikes me there are two motivations here. One motivation is the worst thing you could probably do, I could imagine, is to kill one of your own and to be involved in a battle where you're fighting your own side. That would be the hardest thing, I think, to deal with. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would think then the second issue that arises is that Mr. Tillman was such a high-profile individual. I mean, to be so well known, to give up wealth and fame to serve your country, and then to have this happen would be another factor. Would that be accurate? Maybe, General, you could respond.
I think that would be that would cause some concern just because of the notoriety of the individual. But in any friendly fire incident, we should treat the same.
What I want to know now, though, is it strikes me that I was a Peace Corps volunteer when my colleagues were in Vietnam, so I know nothing about war. But it strikes me that so-called friendly fire, which is killing your own or attacking your own, happens in any war. It happened in the past, it will happen in the future. General, is that a fair comment?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It's documented in every war.
So now my question. What is the proper punishment for someone who knowingly tries to cover up the fact that a death occurred because of fratricide? What is it? Is it that they should be fired? Is it they should be demoted and fired? What is the practice? Who can answer that for me?
Sir, I don't believe I can go there. I think that's out of my lane. I know the four-star TRADOC CG is currently doing that investigation to determine what should be done.
I'm not asking who did what. I'm just asking, in the end, what discourages individuals from covering up, distorting information? What does it take? Maybe, Mr. Gimbel, you can tell me what you know to be the penalty.
I'm not sure there is a set penalty because you have to determine what the circumstances in a case-by-case situation are. And that's exactly as General Johnson just said. We took all the data that we got and referred that down to the Commanding General of TRADOC, who was appointed by the Acting Secretary of the Army to do this special inquiry.
But because my time is running out here, Senior Chief White, do you have an opinion about what the penalty should be if someone knowingly in the military tries to hide the fact that there was a death that occurred, or even if there wasn't a death? I mean, if a pilot goes down the wrong runway and nobody is killed by it, they're going to lose their job plus. If someone tries to cover up that a pilot did that, they're going to lose their job. It's instructive to me that no one seems to know. I would think there would be a standard penalty. You have an opinion?
It's, with my experience with that, sir, it's usually it's a case-by-case basis. There is no standard across the board standard.
Let me ask you your opinion. Do you think it is a serious offense to cover up or provide false information?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Shays. Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Brigadier General Johnson, is there an offense in the military equivalent to obstruction of justice? I'm just following up on Mr. Shays'.
Yes, there is.
There is. Are there facts here that would, I mean, from what you've seen, that would at least cause one in the position that, you know, the equivalent of a state's attorney or a U.S. attorney to look at it to see if there was something equivalent? Is it called obstruction of justice?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah. Do you think there are enough facts here to look into that kind of?
I think that is no doubt one of the aspects they're looking at, sir.
Very well. I want to go to Senior Chief White. Senior Chief White, when did you learn of how Corporal Tillman was actually killed?
The Friday night that Kevin Tillman found out, he called me that evening.
And you know, how did you feel when you heard that? You'd already spoken at the funeral, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I was shocked, to say the least.
Did you feel any sense of, I mean, were you let down? Did you feel let down?
Yes, sir.
And who did you feel had let you down?
My military.
And so that was disappointing to you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did it affect your trust in any way with regard to the military? You know, there are two parts of trust. There's the integrity and there's competence. And I'm just wondering, were you affected in any way with regard to your trust in the military?
Prior to that, there was no way I would ever believe that would have happened.
No way?
No, sir. That shook me up a little bit. I've got 2 boys and a wife. Anything happens to me, I want to make sure they know exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. And finally, I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yes, sir.
And finally, how do you feel today about your role in all of this? I mean, it's, and first of all, we want to thank you for your service, and you too, all of you, and Specialist O'Neill. But, you know, we want young people like you. I sit on the board of the the Naval Academy, and we have wonderful, wonderful young people like you who want to be a part of the military. And I'm just wondering, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do, Chairman Waxman, I'm sure, is trying to figure out how do we figure out how that trust was lost so that we can restore it, so that young people can feel that sense of its okayness. And I was just wondering, you know, how do you feel about your role in all of this, and how do you think we can help restore that trust?
My role as far as at the memorial, you know, it's a horrible thing that happened with Pat. I'm the guy that told America how he died basically at that memorial, and it was incorrect. That does not sit well with me. As far as future happenings, it's going to be leadership by example from here on out. For I'm sure everyone, that's the only way we can make this thing.
Well, let me say this to you, that you being here today, you and Specialist O'Neill, you are a shining example of what leadership ought to be about. And I thank God for you, and I wish you Godspeed.
Thank you. Mr. Honda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Gimbel, we were talking about the missing documents from Captain Scott and your conclusions. And so let me ask you, if you had not have access to Captain Scott's report in its entirety, and even if you were able to piece together portions of it, how were you able to determine that he did not conclude that there was gross negligence and recommend that HQ further investigate potential criminal intent?
In his findings and recommendations, we didn't see where he concluded. He didn't comment on that in those. And so that was the point. We have his findings and conclusions, and we didn't see where he used those words of gross negligence. That's how we conclude. That's how we concluded.
Okay. And to Mr. Johnson, General Johnson, at least 7 times the Army Criminal Investigation Command report addresses the possibility of a Predator unmanned aerial vehicle, or UAV, having overflown the battle zone. In one of these instances, on page 571, your report notes that General Boykin made a formal request for any Predator footage, and that he, General Boykin, would follow up with CIA to ensure that a review for the requested imagery be conducted. There's no further mention made in the CID report as to whether there was, in fact, follow-up with CIA. General, did you look into whether this occurred? If so, what were the results of your inquiry, and why were they not included in the CID report? If you did not look into this, why not?
Yes, sir, we did look into that. We had one soldier in the trail vehicle who was the close air support coordinator, and he is the one who mentioned that he believed there was a predator in the air during the incident because he recognized the sound of a predator. Based on that, we followed up on that, tried to go through our local channels, did not come up with any, then submitted that actual request to the Deputy Undersecretary of Intel, General Boykin, in September. Got back from him that he had went through the special ops channels and had went through the CIA channels, and there was no predator records of that particular point on the battlefield. So at this present time, we do not believe there are any.
Would there be records that would validate that conclusion?
We have our reply back from General Boykin, yes, sir.
Can you submit that as a matter of record?
Yes, sir, we can.
But in your opinion, would there be other ways of verifying that conclusion, that there were not any predators in that area?
Sir, I don't know what other channels we would go through. That he would have access, and he went to the CIA and the special ops who controlled the predators.
Would they not share their information? Would there be a reason why they would not share their information?
Sir, the answer we got back was there was no predator reports.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Honda. I just want to ask a few wrap-up questions, if I might. Lieutenant Colonel Robinson, you were interviewed about this videotape by the Washington Post of Jessica Lynch, and your statement, according to the Post, was, quote, "We let them know if possible we wanted to get it. We'd like to have the We'd like to have the video. We were hoping we would have good visuals. We knew it would be the hottest thing of the day. It was not an intent to talk it down or embellish it because we didn't need to. It was an awesome story." You say you let them know that you wanted to tape the rescue. Who was the them you were referring to? The rescue team, the operations folks? Who was it?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I don't remember ever speaking to Dana Priest, although I don't necessarily disagree with the content of the
It might have been Susan Schmidt. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
It might have been Susan Schmidt from the Washington Post.
I can remember talking to Bradley Graham from the Washington Post about a variety of issues, and Tom Ricks.
But in this quote, they say that you said them. Who were you? Do you recall the quote?
No, sir, I don't remember speaking about Jessica Lynch, but I can tell you where the visuals would have come from.
Yeah.
The visuals would have come from an officer who was assigned to the SOF unit who had an additional duty of providing visuals back to the press center. These were not the only visuals that we received from this unit, and we got visuals all day, every day throughout that particular operation. And so these visuals that we received would have been visuals that we would have requested as soon as we found out that there was a potential rescue.
Okay. Mr. Gimbel, I was shocked to hear press reports that Lieutenant Colonel Kozlarek made comments to the media saying that the Tillmans cannot come to terms with their loss because they are not Christians. Did you examine these comments as part of your investigation? And are there any military rules or procedures that address Army officers who make denigrating comments about deceased servicemen and women and their families?
We did not investigate those comments. I saw the comments in the paper, and frankly, I was shocked by them too, but we didn't investigate. I would defer to my military brothers as to if there are procedures or things that you can and can't do in that regard.
Does anybody here know whether there was a violation of any military regulation for a general to make these disparaging comments about service people, deceased service people or their family?
Sir, I don't know of any regulation prohibiting that, but I find it totally unacceptable.
Is there anything such as a conduct unbecoming a member of the United States Armed Services?
There is such a charge as conduct unbecoming an officer, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, that sounds like it's a pretty unbecoming statement for an officer to have made. Our hearing today has been about two cases, the Tillman case and the Lynch case. And in both cases, it seems like we have, we say deceptive, misleading information. It wasn't misleading information. We have false information that was put out to the American people, stories that were fabricated and made up. In the case of Specialist O'Neill, his statement was doctored. It was actually rewritten by somebody. These aren't things that are done by mistake. There had to be a conscious intent to put a story out and keep with that story and eliminate evidence to the contrary and distort the record. In the case of Jessica Lynch, we have the Washington Post story saying that they were told by government officials. So it was attributed in the Post to government officials. And what we have is a very clear of deliberate abuse, intentionally done. Why is it so hard to find out who did it? Why is it so hard to find out who's responsible and to hold them accountable? Mr. Gimbel?
We believe that we did find out who's accountable. It's going to be up to the Army to determine what to do with it, and we've referred that, and I think General Wallace will be finishing his initiative here in the near term, and I think there'll be a lot of final answers to some of these questions.
Brigadier General Johnson, do you have any comment on that?
Sir, I think it's essential that we do determine the truth and who is responsible, and as Mr. Gimbel said, that is exactly what General Wallace has been tasked to do, and make recommendations to the SEC Army.
Okay. And do you know whether he's going to go all the way up the chain of command? Find out how far this goes?
Sir, that's his investigation.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to his report that he'll be producing as a result of his investigation. I thank all of you for your presence here today. It's been very helpful to us to understand this situation better. Thank you.
Sure.
That concludes our business, and the committee hearing is adjourned.
Here's a look at Wednesday on the C-SPAN networks. On Washington Journal, we'll talk to members of Congress on the $124 billion